Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Ultimate Fanfiction. Today's narrative adventure is titled, What If Harry Claimed His 15 Lordships at age 10 and the Wizengamot Had to Make Him Chief Warlock? We put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1, The Inheritance. The summer sun beat down on Privet Drive with unusual ferocity, baking the identical lawns to a uniform shade of yellow-brown. Most residents had retreated indoors to the comfort of electric fans and cold drinks, but one small figure trudged along the sidewalk, shoulders hunched against more than just the heat. Harry Potter wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, careful not to disturb his two large glasses. His 10th birthday had come and gone the previous day with the usual lack of acknowledgement from the Dursleys. 10 years old now, and all he had to show for it was another one of Dudley's cast-offs, a shirt that hung from his skinny frame like a sail, and a fresh bruise where Uncle Vernon had grabbed his arm too tightly for burning the bacon at breakfast. "Boy!" The shout came from number 4 as Harry approached. Aunt Petunia stood in the doorway, her horse-like face pinched with irritation. "Where have you been?" "The post arrived, and Vernon needs you to weed the garden before he returns from work." Harry bit back a sigh. "Yes, Aunt Petunia. And don't track dirt into my clean house," she added as an afterthought, thrusting a small stack of envelopes into his hands before disappearing back inside. Harry absently flipped through the mail, expecting nothing but bills and advertisements. His fingers froze on the third envelope. It was addressed to him. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The envelope was made of heavy parchment, sealed with actual wax bearing a strange crest. Harry glanced at the house, where Aunt Petunia had disappeared, then quickly stuffed the letter into his waistband, hiding it under his oversized shirt. Something told him his relatives wouldn't approve of anyone sending him mail, especially not mail that knew he slept in a cupboard. Hours later, fingers raw from pulling weeds in the dry soil, Harry finally retreated to his cupboard. Only then, by the weak light of the bare bulb overhead, did he carefully break the seal on his letter. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry blinked, reading the words again. Wizarding Bank? He unfolded the letter, revealing elegant script on crisp parchment. Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to our attention that you have not responded to our previous communications regarding your inheritance and accounts. As you approach your 10th birthday, magical law requires your acknowledgement of the Potter vaults and holdings. Furthermore, our recent audit has revealed that you are the sole magical heir to several dormant houses, which, under the ancient rights of succession, you are eligible to claim lordship over upon reaching your 10th year. These houses include, Most Ancient and Noble House of Potter, Most Ancient and Noble House of Peveril, Most Ancient and Noble House of Gryffindor, Noble House of Fleamont, Ancient House of Black, Contingent, and 10 others identified through magical lineage tracing. Your presence is required at Gringotts at your earliest convenience. This letter will serve as a port key to our inheritance office when you speak the activation phrase, inheritance claimed. May your gold flow and your enemies tremble, Ragnarok, Director of Inheritance, Gringotts Bank. Harry stared at the letter, reading it over 3 times. Wizards? Magic? Lordships? It had to be a joke, but who would play such an elaborate prank on him? The Dursleys had no imagination for this sort of thing, and Dudley's gang wouldn't use words like inheritance or dormant. His fingers traced over the embossed letterhead. The paper felt expensive, like nothing he'd ever touched before. A tiny flicker of hope kindled in his chest. What if it was real? Boy! Lights out! Uncle Vernon's voice boomed down the hallway. Harry quickly folded the letter and tucked it into a hole in his mattress. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Sleep came fitfully that night, filled with dreams of ancient houses and flowing gold. The next morning, after serving the Dursleys breakfast, Harry managed to slip away while they were distracted by a new program on the television. He retreated to the small park 2 streets over, the mysterious letter burning a hole in his pocket. Sitting on a swing, he read it once more, weighing his options. If it was a hoax, he'd feel foolish. But if it wasn't? Inheritance claimed, he whispered, feeling ridiculous. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the world lurched sideways. Harry felt a hook behind his navel yank him forward, and the park dissolved around him. Colors swirled, his stomach turned, and suddenly his feet slammed onto polished marble floor. He staggered, nearly falling. "Ah, Mr. Potter. Punctual, unlike your ministry-appointed guardian." Harry's head snapped up. He stood in a vast hall of gleaming white stone and gold trim. Behind an imposing desk sat the strangest person, no, not a person, Harry had ever seen. The creature had a swarthy, clever face with a pointed beard and long, pointed ears. Sharp teeth gleamed as he spoke. I'm sorry," Harry stammered. "Who are you? What is this place?" The creature raised a bushy eyebrow. "I am Ragnock, Director of Inheritance at Gringotts Bank, as stated in my letter. And you, Mr. Potter, are late for several appointments, though that is hardly your fault." Harry glanced around the opulent office, taking in the strange symbols carved into the walls and the glittering gems embedded in various artifacts. "So it's all real, then? Magic and wizards and everything?" Ragnock stared at him for a long moment. "You don't know," he stated flatly. "By the gold, they've kept everything from you." "Kept what from me?" The goblin, Harry was somehow certain that's what Ragnock was, shuffled papers on his desk with growing irritation. "Mr. Potter, you are a wizard. Your parents were magical. You have been famous in our world since you were 1 year old, when you survived an attack that killed your parents and seemingly destroyed one of the most dangerous dark wizards of our time." Harry felt like the floor had dropped out from under him again. "My parents weren't killed in a car crash." Ragnock's quill snapped in his grip. "A car crash? Is that what those muggles told you?" He growled something in a harsh language Harry didn't recognize before composing himself. "No, Mr. Potter. Lily and James Potter were murdered by Lord Voldemort on Halloween night, 1981. When he attempted to kill you as well, something extraordinary happened. The curse rebounded, leaving you with only that scar," he gestured to Harry's forehead, "and apparently destroying Voldemort himself." Harry's hand automatically went to the lightning-shaped scar he'd had for as long as he could remember. "That's how I got this." "Indeed. Now, we have much to discuss and limited time. I presume Dumbledore has no idea you're here." "Who's Dumbledore?" Ragnock's smile showed too many teeth. "Interesting. Albus Dumbledore is the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and your magical guardian." "I've never met him," Harry said. "As I suspected. He has been overseeing your accounts but has never withdrawn anything for your care. Which raises questions I'm sure the Department of Magical Law Enforcement would find fascinating." Ragnock pulled out a thin folder. "But first, we must address your inheritance. Are you prepared to claim your birthrights, Mr. Potter?" The question carried weight beyond the simple words. Harry felt it, a significance he couldn't quite understand but instinctively recognized. "What does that mean, exactly? Claiming my birthright?" Ragnock nodded approvingly. "A wise question. When you claim your lordships, you accept responsibility for the magical houses, their assets, their seats on the Wizengamot, our government's legislative body, and any oaths or debts associated with them. You also gain access to family magics, properties, and political power. And I can do this? At 10. Ordinarily, no. Most wizards claim their lordships at 17, when they reach magical majority. However, you are the last magical heir to 15 houses. According to the Treaty of Merlin of 1297, designed to prevent magical house extinction, the last heir may claim lordship at age 10 if they are the sole remaining magical descendant." Harry's head swam with the implications. "And what happens if I do this?" "You become one of the most politically powerful wizards in Britain, despite your age." The goblin's bluntness caught Harry off guard. He'd never had any power in his life, not even the power to choose when to eat or what clothes to wear. Now this creature was offering him political influence in a world he hadn't known existed until 5 minutes ago. "Why would you help me with this?" Harry asked, suddenly suspicious. Ragnar's smile widened. "2 reasons, Mr. Potter. First, it is Gringotts' duty to manage wizarding inheritances properly. Second," his voice lowered, "certain parties have been interfering with your accounts in ways that violate our treaties. Goblins take such violations, personally." Harry considered this. "What do I need to do?" Ragnar slid a small, ornate dagger across the desk. 3 drops of blood on each of these parchments, he said, producing a stack of official-looking documents. "Magic will do the rest." Harry eyed the dagger warily. "I swear on my gold that this ritual will cause you no lasting harm," Ragnar added, seeing his hesitation. "It is merely to confirm your identity and seal the magical contract." Taking a deep breath, Harry picked up the dagger. It felt warm in his hand, almost alive. He pressed the tip to his index finger and winced at the sharp sting. 3 drops of his blood fell onto the first parchment, which glowed golden for a moment before the blood vanished, absorbed into the document itself. "Very good," Ragnar said, sliding the next parchment forward. 15 documents later, Harry's finger throbbed slightly, but the small cut had already healed. Each parchment had glowed with a different color: gold, silver, crimson, emerald, and others he couldn't name. "It is done," Ragnar said solemnly. "You are now Lord Potter Peveril Gryffindor Fleamont Black Slytherin Ravenclaw Hufflepuff Emryslow Fey Pendragon Gauntsayer Stewart Flammel. The most titled lord in British magical history." Harry's jaw dropped. "Slytherin? But you said Voldemort claimed to be Slytherin's heir." "Yes. He was, through his mother's line. You are also his heir, as he made you so unwittingly through the failed killing curse. Magic recognized the conquest, though few know this. And Emrys, isn't that, Merlin?" "Yes. You are his last magical descendant through your father's mother's line." Harry fell silent, overwhelmed. Finally, he asked, "What happens now?" Ragnar pulled a small wooden box from a drawer. "Now, you receive your lordship rings. They will merge into one but can be separated by thought when needed to prove individual claims." He opened the box, revealing 15 rings of various designs and materials. "Place them on your right index finger, one at a time." With trembling hands, Harry did as instructed. Each ring sized itself to fit him perfectly before seemingly melting into the next. When he placed the final ring, a simple band of what looked like ordinary iron, they all shimmered and merged into a single ring of swirling metals and gemstones that somehow didn't look gaudy despite its complexity. "The rings have accepted you," Ragnar said with satisfaction. "They will be invisible to others unless you wish them seen. They also provide certain protections against mind magic, poisons, and minor curses." "Mind magic?" Harry asked, alarmed. "Indeed. Some wizards, like Albus Dumbledore, are skilled in the art of legilimency, reading thoughts and memories from an unprotected mind. Your rings will alert you to such attempts and provide basic shielding." Harry's opinion of this unknown Dumbledore darkened further. "Now," Ragnar continued, "we must address the political implications. As holder of 15 seats on the Wizengamot, including the Founders' 4, you automatically qualify for the position of Chief Warlock under the ancient laws. But you said Dumbledore is Chief Warlock." "He is, for now." Ragnar's smile was positively predatory. "When you present your claims at the next Wizengamot session, that will change." "When is the next session?" "Tomorrow morning, as fortune would have it. The summer session begins at 9 o'clock. I strongly recommend you attend." Harry bit his lip. "How will I get there? And what am I supposed to wear? I don't even know where it is." "All excellent questions, my lord." The title still sounded foreign to Harry's ears. "Gringotts can provide temporary formal robes from your accounts. As for transportation, I will arrange a port key to the ministry atrium. You should arrive early, shall we say 8 o'clock? To file your claim with the Wizengamot administration office before the session begins. Harry nodded slowly, trying to process everything. What will happen when I get there? Chaos, Ragnarok said simply. Glorious, political chaos. Harry slept poorly that night, not because of his uncomfortable cupboard mattress, which he'd grown used to years ago, but because his mind raced with everything he'd learned. After leaving Gringotts with a small pouch of gold coins, a minimal withdrawal from your Potter Trust Vault, my lord, a book on Wizengamot procedures, and a port key disguised as a quill, he'd returned to Privet Drive and spent hours reading by flashlight. The book was dry but informative. The Wizengamot, Harry learned, was the primary governing body of magical Britain, serving as both legislature and high court. Its 50 seats were divided between hereditary positions held by ancient and noble houses, elected representatives, and appointed experts. The chief Warlock served as presiding officer, with significant power to set agendas, break ties, and influence procedure. According to the ancient laws established by the Wizards' Council before the Wizengamot even existed, any witch or wizard who controlled more than a quarter of the hereditary seats could claim the position of chief warlock. This law had never been invoked in modern times, as inheritance laws and intermarriage had distributed the seats widely among pure-blood families. Until now. The 15 houses Harry now controlled represented nearly a third of the hereditary seats. Even Ragnarok had seemed shocked when the final tally emerged from the inheritance test. At precisely 8 o'clock the next morning, after leaving the Dursleys a note claiming he'd be helping Mrs. Figg with her cats all day, Harry clutched the quill port key and whispered, Justitia. The world twisted, and he landed in a grand atrium filled with hurrying people dressed in robes of various colors. A magnificent fountain dominated the center of the space, featuring golden statues of a wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf. Harry stared in wonder until someone bumped into him roughly. Watch where you're standing, boy, snapped a tall wizard in elegant navy robes. Sorry, Harry stammered, suddenly aware of how out of place he must look despite the plain black robes Gringotts had provided. Gathering his courage, he approached a desk labeled Security, where a bored-looking wizard sat reading the newspaper. Excuse me, Harry said. Could you direct me to the Wizengamot administration office? The security wizard lowered his paper, the Daily Prophet, Harry noted, and raised an eyebrow. Level 2. But the Wizengamot's not in session for children's tours today, kid. I'm not here for a tour, Harry replied, standing straighter. I have official business. The man snorted but waved him toward a bank of golden elevators. Level 2, then. Your funeral. Harry thanked him and hurried to the elevators, trying to ignore the stares of passing adults. Inside, he found himself squeezed between witches and wizards in various official-looking robes. A disembodied woman's voice announced floors as they descended. Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the improper use of Magic Office, Auror Headquarters, and Wizengamot Administration Services. Harry squeezed out of the elevator and followed signs to a small, cluttered office where a harried-looking witch was organizing stacks of parchment. Excuse me, Harry said politely. I need to file a claim for the Wizengamot session this morning. The witch didn't look up. Forms are on the side table. Fill out the purple one for general petitions. The session starts in 45 minutes, so you'll be last on today's docket if you hurry. Actually, Harry said, his mouth dry, I need to file a lordship claim. 15 lordships, to be exact. That got her attention. The witch's head snapped up, and she stared at Harry over her spectacles. Very funny, young man. Where are your parents? Harry squared his shoulders and held up his right hand, willing his lordship ring to become visible. It materialized on his finger, the complex swirl of metals and gems catching the light. The witch's eyes widened to saucers. That's impossible. I'm Harry Potter, he said, lifting his fringe to reveal his scar. And I'm here to claim my seats on the Wizengamot. The witch's quill dropped from suddenly nerveless fingers. "Sweet Merlin," she whispered. She fumbled in her desk for a moment before pulling out a stack of golden parchment. You'll need to fill these out. One for each house. And I'll need to see the ring separate for each claim." Harry nodded and took the forms to a small desk in the corner. For the next 30 minutes, he carefully filled out each document, occasionally asking the witch, Madame Edgecombe, according to her nameplate, for clarification on various terms. With each completed form, he concentrated on the individual house ring, causing his composite ring to separate temporarily into its component parts. Madame Edgecombe verified each one with increasingly shaky hands. "This is unprecedented," she murmured, stamping the final form. "Absolutely unprecedented. What happens now?" Harry asked, flexing his hand as the rings merged back together and vanished from sight. "Now I file these with the Wizengamot secretary," she said, tapping the stack with her wand. The papers duplicated themselves, with one set flying into a filing cabinet while she gathered the other set. "And then?" She hesitated. "And then?" Harry prompted. "And then all hell breaks loose, I expect." She stood and smoothed her robes. "Follow me, Lord Potter. The Wizengamot chambers are this way." They walked down a long corridor lined with portraits of stern-looking witches and wizards who whispered as Harry passed. At the end stood massive double doors of dark wood inlaid with silver. 2 guards in formal purple robes flanked the entrance. "Madame Edgecombe," one nodded respectfully. "The session begins in 10 minutes. This young man has business before the Wizengamot," she replied, handing him the stack of golden parchment. "Lordship claims." All 15 of them verified and in order. The guard's eyes widened as they glanced through the forms, then at Harry. "Is that, Harry Potter?" "Yes," Madame Edgecombe confirmed. "Lord Potter now, technically." "Lord Potter Peveril Gryffindor, well, you have the full list there." The guards exchanged shocked glances. "The Chief Warlock will need to be informed," one said. "The Chief Warlock will find out with everyone else when the claims are read," Madame Edgecombe replied crisply. "As per protocol." The guard looked like he wanted to argue but finally nodded. "Very well. Lord Potter, you may enter when the session begins and take a seat in the petitioner's gallery. You'll be called forward when your claims are read." Harry thanked them and waited nervously as wizards and witches in plum-colored robes began arriving, giving him curious glances as they passed through the doors. He recognized a few from descriptions in his book: Augusta Longbottom with her distinctive vulture hat, Lucius Malfoy with his pale blonde hair and silver-topped cane, Amelia Bones, monocled and stern. Finally, Madame Edgecombe motioned for Harry to enter. The Wizengamot chamber was a circular room with tiered seating surrounding a central floor. At the highest point sat an elderly wizard with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles, dressed in magnificent purple robes emblazoned with silver stars. Albus Dumbledore, Harry presumed. He seemed to radiate power and wisdom. Harry found a seat in the petitioner's gallery, trying to make himself inconspicuous despite the whispers and stares he was attracting. A moment later, Dumbledore rose and struck a silver gavel against a sound block. "The summer session of the 437th Wizengamot is hereby called to order," he announced in a resonant voice. "Before we proceed to the matters on today's agenda, the secretary informs me we have filings to be addressed." A small, officious wizard stood and cleared his throat. "Yes, Chief Warlock. The Wizengamot Administration Office has received and verified 15 lordship claims, all filed this morning." He paused, clearly bracing himself for the reaction his next words would cause. "The claimant is Harry James Potter, who has provided proof of his status as the last magical heir to the following houses." As the secretary read the list of houses, gasps and exclamations rippled through the chamber. Dumbledore's eyes widened, first in shock, then in what Harry could only describe as alarm. The old wizard's gaze swept the chamber until it landed on Harry, blue eyes boring into green with unexpected intensity. Harry felt a strange pressure in his head, like someone pushing against his thoughts. His lordship ring heated on his finger, and the pressure vanished. Dumbledore's expression darkened momentarily before smoothing into a genial mask. "This is most irregular," Dumbledore said when the secretary finished. "Mr. Potter is not yet of age to claim his family seat, let alone multiple lordships." Madam Edgecombe stood. "With respect, Chief Warlock, the Administration Office has verified Lord Potter's claims under the exception clause of the Treaty of Merlin, 1297, which allows for early lordship claims by the last magical heir to prevent house extinction." Dumbledore frowned. "Even if that were the case, which I find dubious given some of these claims, Mr. Potter is too young to participate in Wizengamot proceedings." As his magical guardian, "Pardon, Chief Warlock," interrupted a square-jawed which Harry recognized as Amelia Bones, "but the Treaty of Merlin specifically states that a lord who claims his seats under the exception clause is considered magically emancipated for purposes of house management and political representation." Dumbledore's frown deepened. "Director Bones, surely you're not suggesting we allow a 10-year-old child to participate in governance?" "I'm suggesting we follow magical law," she replied evenly. A pale-haired man, Lucius Malfoy, rose next. "Perhaps we should hear from the boy himself," he suggested smoothly. "If indeed these claims are legitimate." All eyes turned to Harry, who felt his heart hammering in his chest. This was it. He stood slowly and made his way to the center of the chamber, conscious of hundreds of eyes following his every move. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said kindly, though his eyes remained troubled. "I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. While you are indeed the heir to House Potter, these other claims are questionable at best. Why don't we adjourn to my office to discuss this privately?" Harry swallowed hard. "With respect, Chief Warlock," he said, recalling the formal address from his reading, "there's no misunderstanding. I've claimed my birthrights under the law, and Gringotts has verified my claims." He held up his right hand, willing his lordship ring to become visible. The chamber erupted in astonished murmurs as the complex, swirling ring materialized. "I can prove each claim individually," Harry continued, keeping his voice steady despite his nerves. With a thought, he separated the Potter ring from the others. "The most ancient and noble house of Potter." The ring changed again. "The most ancient and noble house of Peveril." One by one, he displayed each house ring, causing the murmurs to grow louder with each revelation. When he reached the founders' rings, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, the chamber fell into shocked silence. "Impossible," someone whispered. "The founders four, united in one lord." Harry completed his demonstration and allowed the rings to merge and vanish again. "According to the laws of the Wizengamot, I am entitled to claim all 15 seats." "And what would you know of Wizengamot laws?" sneered an unpleasant-looking wizard in the second row. "Only what I've read, sir," Harry replied honestly. "But I'm willing to learn." That earned him a few approving nods, most notably from Madame Bones and Augusta Longbottom. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Even if we accept these claims, which will require further verification, the claims have been verified by Gringotts and the Administration Office," Madame Bones interrupted again. "Under law, that is sufficient." "Very well," Dumbledore conceded, though his tone suggested this was far from over. "Lord Potter may claim his seats." "However, Chief Warlock," the secretary interrupted nervously, "there's one more matter. Under the ancient Charter of Governance, specifically Section 3, Paragraph 4, when any individual controls more than 1/4 of the hereditary seats on the Wizengamot, they are entitled to claim the position of Chief Warlock." The chamber erupted in chaos. Wizards and witches jumped to their feet, shouting over one another. Dumbledore's face went pale. "Silence," boomed Madame Bones, her wand at her throat to amplify her voice. The room gradually quieted. "Secretary, please read the relevant section for the record." The nervous little wizard pulled out a massive, ancient-looking tome and flipped to a marked page. "Should any witch or wizard, through inheritance, marriage, conquest, or other lawful means, come to control more than 1/4 of the hereditary seats of the Wizengamot, they shall be entitled to assume the role of Chief Warlock if they so desire, as their influence represents the will of magic itself. All eyes turned to Harry again, who stood frozen in the center of the chamber. Lord Potter, Madam Bones said formally, do you wish to invoke this clause? Harry hesitated. He hadn't planned for this moment to come so quickly. He glanced at Dumbledore, who was watching him with an unreadable expression. Harry began, then straightened his shoulders. Yes. I invoke the clause. I claim the position of Chief Warlock. The chamber exploded into noise again. Dumbledore struck his gavel repeatedly, but the clamor continued. Finally, the old wizard set down the gavel and raised his wand, producing a thunderous boom that silenced the room. Very well, Dumbledore said, his voice surprisingly calm. If Lord Potter wishes to invoke this ancient clause, we must follow procedure. The Wizengamot will recess for 1 hour while I consult with the Department of Mysteries to confirm the legitimacy of this succession. He rose and swept from the chamber through a side door, his colorful robes billowing behind him. The moment he was gone, the chamber erupted in conversation again. Harry stood awkwardly in the center, unsure what to do next. Madam Bones descended from her seat and approached him. Well played, Lord Potter, she said quietly. Though I suspect you had no idea what you were starting when you walked in here today. Harry gave her a rueful smile. Not really, no. She studied him for a moment. You'll need allies. And quickly. She glanced around the chamber. Half the Wizengamot is already plotting how to control or undermine you. The other half is wondering how to use you for their own advantage. And which half are you in, Madam Bones? Harry asked boldly. Her lips twitched in what might have been amusement. Neither. I'm interested in justice and good governance, Lord Potter. If you share those interests, we might find common ground. I'd like that, Harry said sincerely. Before they could continue their conversation, Lucius Malfoy glided over, tapping his cane lightly on the marble floor. Lord Potter, he said silkily. What an unexpected pleasure. I knew your father, of course. Harry doubted they'd been friends. Did you, Mr. Malfoy? Lucius, please. And yes, James and I moved in some of the same circles, though we had philosophical differences. His grey eyes assessed Harry coldly. I hope you and I might establish a more productive relationship. The old families should stand together, after all. I'm still learning about my place in this world, Mr. Malfoy, Harry replied carefully. But I appreciate the offer. Malfoy's lips curled in what was probably meant to be a smile but reminded Harry of a predator baring its teeth. You'll find, Lord Potter, that some wizarding families are better allies than others. I'd be happy to advise you on these matters. That's very kind, Harry said noncommittally, but I think I prefer to make my own judgments. A flash of annoyance crossed Malfoy's face before his mask of politeness returned. As you wish. The offer stands. He inclined his head slightly and moved away. No sooner had Malfoy left than Augusta Longbottom approached, her vulture hat bobbing as she walked. Potter, she said briskly, my grandson Neville is your age. Your mothers were friends. I expect you to look out for him at Hogwarts next year. Harry blinked at the abrupt declaration. I'd be happy to meet him, Madame Longbottom. She nodded sharply. Good. He could use a friend with backbone. And you could use an ally you can trust. She lowered her voice. Don't let the likes of Malfoy sink their claws into you. His sort smiled to your face while holding a dagger behind their back. I'll be careful, Harry promised. See that you are. Now, about this Chief Warlock business, are you certain you want to take that on at your age? It's no small responsibility. Harry hesitated. To be honest, I didn't come here planning to claim the position. But from what little I've learned, I think having that role might help me protect myself. Augusta's eyes narrowed shrewdly. From whom, I wonder? Harry glanced toward the door Dumbledore had used. Augusta followed his gaze and gave a small, knowing nod. Interesting, she murmured. Very interesting indeed. She straightened. Well, if you're determined on this course, House Longbottom will support your claim. We've always valued courage over caution. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely touched. The hour passed in a blur of introductions, veiled offers of alliance, and thinly disguised threats. Harry's head spun with names and titles, but he did his best to remain polite while noncommittal. Finally, Dumbledore returned, followed by an ancient-looking witch in midnight blue robes. The Wizengamot will come to order, Dumbledore announced, striking his gavel. The chamber quieted immediately. I present Madame Callista Croker, Senior Unspeakable of the Department of Mysteries, who will address the matter of succession. The ancient witch stepped forward, her face deeply lined but her eyes sharp. I have consulted the original Charter of Governance, which is kept in the Department of Mysteries, she said in a surprisingly strong voice. Lord Potter's claim is valid under magical law. The founder's seats alone would qualify him, but with his additional houses, his right is uncontestable. Murmurs filled the chamber again. Dumbledore waited for them to subside before speaking. Thank you, Madam Croker. Given your finding, I must yield the position of Chief Warlock to Lord Potter. He removed the ornate silver badge of office from his robes and held it out. However, I must express my grave concerns about placing such responsibility on one so young and unprepared. Harry approached the dais slowly. I understand your concern, Professor Dumbledore, he said, loud enough for everyone to hear. And I would welcome your guidance in the days ahead. But I have my reasons for claiming what is rightfully mine. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though the effect seemed forced. And what reasons might those be, Harry? Protection, Harry said simply. For myself and others. I've learned enough today to know that I have enemies in this world, sir. Enemies who might prefer I remain ignorant of my heritage and power. A hush fell over the chamber. Dumbledore's smile faded. I see, he said softly. Perhaps we should discuss this further in private, Harry. I think we should, sir, Harry agreed. But first, I believe we have a session to complete. He reached for the badge, and Dumbledore reluctantly placed it in his palm. The moment Harry's fingers closed around the silver emblem, it flashed with brilliant light. Magic surged through him, ancient and powerful, as the Wizengamot itself recognized his claim. When the light faded, the badge had transformed, now bearing the crests of all 15 houses around its edge. Well, Dumbledore said quietly, it seems magic itself has confirmed your right. He gestured to the ornate chair he had occupied. The Wizengamot is yours to lead. Chief Warlock. Harry climbed the steps to the elevated seat, which adjusted itself to his smaller size as he sat down. The enormity of what had just happened finally hit him. Yesterday, he'd been a neglected, unwanted child living in a cupboard. Today, he sat at the head of Wizarding Britain's government. He looked out at the sea of faces, some curious, some calculating, some openly hostile. This was real. And he had no idea what to do next. Madame Bones caught his eye and gave him a subtle nod of encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Harry picked up the silver gavel. The Wizengamot is in session, he said, striking it against the sound block. To his relief, his voice came out steady and somehow magnified by the magic of the chamber. Let's proceed with today's agenda. Hours later, exhausted but exhilarated, Harry made his way back to the Ministry atrium. The session had been a whirlwind of procedural motions, legislative debates, and political maneuvering, most of which had gone over his head. He'd relied heavily on the secretary's whispered guidance and Madame Bones' occasional interventions to navigate the complex proceedings. To his surprise, he'd found an unexpected ally in Percy Weasley, a young assistant to the secretary who had quietly provided him with notes on protocol and procedure throughout the session. My father sits for House Weasley, the red-haired teen had explained. He asked me to help you if I could. Now, as Harry waited for the portkey Ragnarok had provided to activate and return him to Privet Drive, Dumbledore approached. The former Chief Warlock had been quiet during the remainder of the session, watching Harry with thoughtful eyes. "Harry," Dumbledore said gently, "I think we are overdue for a conversation about your living arrangements and future." Harry regarded him warily. "I agree, sir. But not today. I need time to process everything." "Of course. But perhaps you might consider staying somewhere other than with your relatives." "I could arrange, thank you, but I'll make my own arrangements," Harry interrupted, more sharply than he'd intended. Seeing Dumbledore's surprised expression, he softened his tone. "I appreciate the offer, Professor, but I think it's time I started making decisions for myself." Dumbledore sighed. "I understand your feelings, Harry. Truly, I do. But there are matters of your safety that concern me deeply." "You didn't seem concerned about my safety for the past 9 years, Harry pointed out. The words came out before he could stop them, but he didn't regret them. Pain flashed across Dumbledore's face. "I have made mistakes, Harry. Grievous ones, it seems. I hope you will allow me to explain and, perhaps, make amends." Harry studied the old wizard's face. There seemed to be genuine regret there, but also calculation. "We'll talk soon," he promised. "But for now, I need to return to my aunt and uncle's house. There are arrangements I need to make." Dumbledore looked like he wanted to object but finally nodded. "Very well. But please, Harry, do not make any hasty decisions. There are protections at your relative's home that you do not yet understand. If they're so important, perhaps you should have explained them to me years ago," Harry replied. "Or at least check to see how I was being treated." Before Dumbledore could respond, Harry felt the familiar tug behind his navel as the portkey activated. The last thing he saw was the troubled expression on the old wizard's face before the ministry vanished in a swirl of color. He landed in a small park near Privet Drive, crouching to maintain his balance this time. As he walked back toward number 4, Harry's mind raced with plans. He wouldn't be staying with the Dursleys much longer. His newly claimed lordships gave him the legal right to live elsewhere, but he needed to be strategic. First, he would write to Gringotts about accessing one of his properties. Then, he would need to learn everything he could about the Wizengamot, magical law, and his newfound responsibilities. And most importantly, he needed to understand why Dumbledore had left him ignorant and vulnerable for so long. As he approached the Dursleys' perfectly ordinary house, Harry smiled to himself. They had no idea that their unwanted nephew was now one of the most powerful political figures in magical Britain. The thought gave him a small, vindictive thrill. But power wasn't what mattered to Harry. What mattered was never being helpless again. Never being at anyone else's mercy. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had control over his own destiny. And he wasn't going to let anyone take that away. Chapter 2, The Chief Warlock. Harry stood at the window of his new study, watching summer rain patter against the glass. The Golden Lord's ring felt heavy on his finger, though he knew that was purely psychological. 2 weeks had passed since he'd claimed his 15 lordships and the position of Chief Warlock, and life had transformed so completely that sometimes he wondered if he might wake up back in his cupboard at Privet Drive. Potter Manor stretched around him, ancient and magnificent. The sprawling estate in the Welsh countryside had been his first choice of residence once Ragnarok had shown him the list of properties he now owned. The house elves, creatures Harry had never known existed before, had been ecstatic at his arrival, buzzing around him like excited bumblebees as they showed him through ancestral halls untouched for nearly a decade. "Is Master Harry ready for his meeting with Madam Bones?" Pippi, the head house elf, appeared with a soft pop beside him. Harry turned from the window and smiled. "Almost, Pippi. Are the files from Gringotts here yet?" "Yes, Master Harry. Arrived by owl just now." She snapped her fingers, and a stack of parchments appeared on his desk. "Pippi has organized them as Master requested." "Thank you." Harry crossed to the desk and picked up the top folder. Inside were the long-awaited records of his godfather's case, or rather, the lack thereof. Sirius Black, heir to one of the houses Harry now controlled, had been imprisoned in Azkaban for nearly 9 years without trial. The injustice burned in Harry's chest. It was the first significant wrong he intended to right as Chief Warlock. A gentle chime sounded throughout the study. That would be Madame Bones arriving, Harry said, straightening his formal robes. They were still stiff and unfamiliar, but Ragnarok had insisted a Chief Warlock couldn't meet officials in Muggle hand-me-downs. Harry descended the grand staircase to the entrance hall where Amelia Bones waited, looking formidable as always with her monocle and severe hairstyle. Since that first Wizengamot session, she'd become his most trusted advisor, patiently explaining procedures and politics that would have otherwise bewildered him. Chief Warlock, she greeted formally, though her eyes held a hint of warmth. Madame Bones. Harry gestured toward his study. Shall we? The files just arrived. They climbed the stairs in companionable silence. In his study, Harry offered her tea before getting straight to business. I've reviewed what public records exist, he said, passing her one of the folders. There was no trial. No formal charges. Not even an interrogation under Veritaserum. They just threw him away. Amelia's expression darkened as she reviewed the sparse documents. This is worse than I feared. As head of the DMLE, I should have access to all criminal records, but these were sealed by ministerial order. She looked up sharply. Bagnold was minister then, but this has Barty Crouch Sr.'s fingerprints all over it. He was heading the DMLE during the height of the war. Could he have bypassed normal procedures? In those days? Easily. People were terrified. Death Eaters were killing families in their homes. The ministry gave Crouch extraordinary powers to fight the Death Eaters. She tapped the folder with one finger. But even then, this is unprecedented. Black was from an ancient and noble house. To imprison him without trial. Why? Harry asked, the question that had been burning in him since discovering his godfather's fate. Why deny him due process? Amelia removed her monocle and polished it thoughtfully. Politics, perhaps. The Black family had a dark reputation. Or expediency, the evidence against him seemed overwhelming at the time. Or. She hesitated. Or someone didn't want him to speak, Harry finished. Someone with influence. It's possible, she conceded. The question is, what do you intend to do about it now? Harry smiled grimly and pulled another document from the stack. I've already done it. This is an order for Sirius Black to be transferred from Azkaban to Ministry holding cells for a full Wizengamot trial, scheduled for next week. I've signed it as Chief Warlock and as Lord Black. I just need your countersignature as head of the DMLE. Amelia's eyebrows rose. You're not wasting any time. 9 years in Azkaban without a trial seems like time wasted already. She studied him for a long moment, then reached for a quill. You realize this will make you powerful enemies? Fudge won't like having a potential ministry scandal exposed. Crouch could face serious consequences. Even Dumbledore, as former Chief Warlock, will have questions to answer about why he never pushed for a trial. I'm not doing this to make enemies, Harry said quietly. I'm doing it because it's right. Amelia signed with a flourish. Then let justice be done, though the heavens fall. She set down the quill. I'll personally escort the Aurors to retrieve Black tomorrow morning. We'll need a healer present. After 9 years with the Dementors, his condition will be poor. Harry nodded grimly. I've already contacted St. Mungo's. They'll have a mind healer standing by. You think of everything, Amelia said with grudging approval. Not me. I have Percy Weasley to thank for most of the logistics. He's been invaluable. The Weasley boy. An interesting choice of assistant. Harry shrugged. He approached me after the first session. Said his father thought I could use help navigating the bureaucracy. He's organized, detail-oriented, and ambitious enough to work twice as hard as anyone else. Just be careful. Ambitious young men can sometimes place their aspirations above their principles. I'll keep that in mind. Harry gathered the papers. Will you stay for lunch? Neville and his grandmother are joining me to discuss the upcoming session. Amelia smiled faintly. Augusta on one side and me on the other. People will talk, Chief Warlock. They'll say you're building a political faction. Let them talk, Harry replied, rising from his seat. I prefer to call it making friends. The private dining room at Potter Manor could seat 20, but today only 4 places were set at one end of the long oak table. House elf magic kept the food warm as Harry and Amelia continued their discussion while waiting for the Longbottoms. The Black trial will dominate the next session, Amelia warned, but don't forget the werewolf registration amendments are also on the agenda. Umbridge has been pushing hard for even stricter regulations. Harry grimaced. He'd already had several unpleasant encounters with Dolores Umbridge, the ministry's senior undersecretary. Her proposal is unnecessarily cruel. Making it impossible for werewolves to find work doesn't make anyone safer, it just creates desperate people with nothing to lose. I agree, but Umbridge has Fudge's ear, and many in the Wizengamot fear werewolves. Then we'll need to educate them, Harry said firmly. I've been reading about Wolfsbane potion. It allows werewolves to keep their human mind during transformation. If the ministry subsidized it instead of spending money on punitive registrations, a soft chime interrupted him. That would be the Longbottoms, Harry said, rising. Pippi will show them in. Moments later, Augusta Longbottom swept into the room, her ever-present vulture hat bobbing with each determined step. Behind her came a round-faced boy Harry's age who seemed to be trying to make himself as small as possible. Lord Potter, Augusta greeted formally. Thank you for your hospitality. Madam Longbottom, welcome to Potter Manor. Harry turned to the boy with a friendly smile. And you must be Neville. I'm Harry. Neville Longbottom looked up in surprise, as though he hadn't expected to be acknowledged. Hello, he managed, extending a slightly trembling hand. Harry shook it warmly. I'm glad to finally meet you. Our mums were friends, did you know? Gran mentioned it, Neville said softly. Well, I hope we'll be friends too, Harry said sincerely. Especially when we start Hogwarts next year. Something flickered in Neville's eyes, surprise, followed by cautious hope. I'd like that, he said, his voice a bit stronger. Excellent, Augusta said briskly. The boy needs more friends his age. Especially ones with proper respect for tradition. She nodded to Amelia. Director Bones. Augusta, Amelia returned with a slight smile. Still terrorizing the greenhouse suppliers? Someone must maintain standards, Augusta sniffed, but there was a hint of amusement in her tone. My prize-winning venomous tentacula won't feed itself on subpar fertilizer. Harry gestured for everyone to be seated, and Pippi began serving a light summer lunch. As they ate, the conversation turned to the upcoming Wizengamot session. The Black trial will be contentious, Augusta predicted, delicately cutting into a slice of cold chicken. Many families lost members to Death Eaters during the war. They won't appreciate having old wounds reopened. Justice shouldn't have an expiration date, Harry replied. Noble sentiment, Augusta said, but politics rarely bows to nobility. You'll face opposition, particularly from those with ties to the previous administration. Like the Malfoys, Neville spoke up unexpectedly. When everyone turned to look at him, he flushed but continued. My gran says Lucius Malfoy bought his way out of trouble after the war. He wouldn't want people looking too closely at who really served you-know-who. Augusta beamed proudly. The boy has a point. Malfoy and his ilk will fight you on this, Potter. Let them, Harry said calmly. I control 15 votes. With your support and those who believe in justice, we have a clear majority. Speaking of support, Amelia interjected, we should discuss the werewolf legislation. I assume you plan to oppose Umbridge's amendments. Absolutely, Harry confirmed. But I'll need help convincing the moderate faction. Tiberius Ogden might be persuaded, Augusta suggested. He's always valued fairness, even when it's unpopular. The conversation continued, with Neville occasionally offering surprisingly insightful comments when coaxed. Harry noticed the boy seemed most animated when discussing plans, his eyes lighting up as he explained the properties of various magical herbs. You know, Harry said during a lull in the political talk, I haven't had time to properly tour the gardens here. I understand the Potters maintained quite extensive grounds, including several greenhouses. Would you be interested in seeing them with me after lunch, Neville? Neville straightened in his chair, looking truly excited for the first time. I'd love to. Augusta raised an eyebrow. A transparent attempt to befriend my grandson, Lord Potter. Harry grinned unabashedly. Is it working? Shameless, Augusta muttered, but her lips twitched upward. Very well. Neville may help you assess your greenhouses while Director Bones and I discuss the more delicate aspects of the Black case. After lunch, Harry and Neville set off toward the extensive gardens while the two women remained in the study. As they walked through manicured lawns that gave way to more wild, magical plantings, Harry felt himself relaxing for the first time that day. I haven't had much time to explore, Harry admitted as they approached the largest of three glass structures. Between Wizengamot sessions, meetings, and trying to learn everything I should have known growing up, I've barely seen half the estate. It must be overwhelming, Neville said with unexpected perception. Finding out you're a wizard and a lord and everything all at once. Harry glanced at him appreciatively. Exactly. Everyone expects me to know things, magical customs, political alliances, family histories. Some days my head feels like it might explode from all the information I'm trying to cram into it. I can help, Neville offered hesitantly. With the pureblood traditions and history, I mean. Gran's been drilling me on that stuff since I could talk. I'd appreciate that, Harry said sincerely as they reached the greenhouse door. And maybe I can help you too. Me? How? Harry pushed open the door, releasing a wave of warm, humid air rich with the scent of earth and green growing things. I don't know yet. But that's what friends do, right? Help each other. Neville smiled, a genuine, unguarded expression that transformed his round face. Right. Inside, the greenhouse was a riot of magical and mundane plants. Some sections had clearly been neglected since Harry's parents' deaths, while others seemed to be thriving under preservation charms. Neville moved through the space with growing confidence, identifying plants and explaining their properties with surprising eloquence. This is Chinese chomping cabbage, he said, pointing to a leafy plant that snapped at his finger as he passed. And over here, these are Flutterby bushes, they need trimming, but they're healthy. And, Merlin's beard. He stopped abruptly, staring at a corner where a silvery blue plant pulsed gently. That's a moonlight orchid. They're incredibly rare. Harry watched with amusement as Neville reverently approached the plant. Is it valuable? Beyond valuable, it's used in the most powerful healing potions. Most potioneers never get to work with fresh specimens. Neville turned to Harry, eyes wide. You could sell cuttings to St. Mungo's or apothecaries for a small fortune. An idea struck Harry. Or I could donate them. For Wolfsbane potion research. Neville blinked. That would be generous. It would be practical, Harry countered. If we can make Wolfsbane more effective and affordable, it undermines Umbridge's entire argument about werewolves being dangerous monsters. Neville's expression turned thoughtful. Politics through plants. Gran would approve. He hesitated. But she says werewolves are people with a medical condition, Harry interrupted firmly. People who didn't ask to be bitten. People who deserve a chance to live normal lives. Neville studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. You really believe that, don't you? It's not just political posturing. I know what it's like to be treated as less than human because of something you can't control, Harry said quietly, memories of the Dursleys' treatment flashing through his mind. I won't do that to others, not when I have the power to help. Something shifted in Neville's expression, respect, perhaps, or recognition. I think. He began hesitantly, I think my parents would have agreed with you. Before they couldn't anymore. Harry knew from Augusta that Neville's parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters shortly after Voldemort's fall. It was the first time Neville had mentioned them directly. I'd like to hear about them sometime, Harry said gently. If you want to tell me. Neville nodded, his eyes suspiciously bright. Maybe someday. He turned back to the plants with forced cheer. Should we check the other greenhouses too? There might be more treasures waiting. As they continued their exploration, Harry found himself genuinely enjoying Neville's company. The shy boy became animated and confident when discussing his passion, and Harry realized with surprise that he'd made his first real friend in the wizarding world. The Wizengamot recognizes Lord Potterblack, Chief Warlock, Percy Weasley announced formally. Harry rose from the ornate chair at the center of the highest tier. The Wizengamot chamber fell silent as all eyes turned to him. After 2 weeks and 3 regular sessions, the novelty of a 10-year-old Chief Warlock had faded somewhat, but Harry knew today's business would reignite controversy. Honored members of the Wizengamot, Harry began, his voice steady despite the butterflies in his stomach. We convene today for an extraordinary session of justice. Before us is the case of Sirius Black, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black, who has been imprisoned in Azkaban for 9 years without trial. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry continued before they could grow into objections. As both Chief Warlock and Lord Black, I have ordered his transfer to Ministry custody for these proceedings. Director Bones, please present the accused. Amelia rose from her seat. Aurors, bring in the defendant. The massive doors at the far end of the chamber swung open. 2 Aurors entered, supporting between them a gaunt figure who barely resembled a man. Sirius Black's once handsome face was skull-like, his skin waxy and gray, his hair a matted tangle hanging past his shoulders. The prison uniform hung from his emaciated frame, and his eyes darted around the chamber with a mixture of confusion and defiance. Gasps and murmurs filled the room at the prisoner's shocking appearance. Harry felt his heart clench. This broken man was his godfather, the person his parents had trusted to care for him if anything happened to them. The Aurors guided Sirius to the defendant's chair in the center of the chamber. As he sat, chains snaked up around his wrists, binding him in place. Sirius Black, Harry said, maintaining his formal tone with effort, you stand accused of betraying James and Lily Potter to Lord Voldemort, resulting in their deaths, and of murdering Peter Pettigrew along with 12 Muggle bystanders. How do you plead? Sirius raised his head slowly, his haunted eyes finding Harry's. Recognition flickered there, followed by a pain so raw it was almost tangible. Not guilty, he rasped, his voice cracked from disuse. I would never. James was my brother in all but blood. Never, never betray them. The defendant pleads not guilty, Harry confirmed for the record. As is his right under magical law, he will be questioned under Veritaserum to determine the truth of these serious allegations. Minister Fudge jumped to his feet. Now see here, Potter. This is highly irregular. Black was caught red-handed. Everyone knows what they were told, Minister, Harry interrupted coolly. But strangely, no one seems to know why Lord Black never received a trial, despite being entitled to one under both magical law and the Wizengamot Charter of Rights. Fudge sputtered, his face reddening. The evidence was overwhelming. It was wartime. The war ended the night my parents died, Minister, Harry replied. There have been 9 years of peace in which this oversight could have been corrected. Oversight. Barty Crouch Sr. stood now, his mustache quivering with indignation. Black was a Death Eater caught in the act. The Potter boy is too young to understand the context of those dark days. Then educate me, Mr. Crouch, Harry challenged, fixing the man with a steady gaze. Explain why, as head of the DMLE, you violated the law you were sworn to uphold by denying a wizard his right to trial. The chamber fell silent. Crouch opened and closed his mouth several times before sitting down abruptly. As I thought, Harry said quietly. Director Bones, please proceed with the administration of Veritaserum. Amelia approached Sirius with a Ministry Potions master, who carefully administered 3 drops of the clear truth serum onto the prisoner's tongue. Sirius's eyes immediately glazed over as the potion took effect. State your name for the record, Amelia began. Sirius Black, came the flat, emotionless response. Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter? No. I was meant to be, but I convinced James to switch to Peter Pettigrew at the last moment. I thought I was too obvious a choice. Everyone would expect it to be me, so I would be targeted. Peter seemed safer. A ripple of whispers passed through the chamber. Harry kept his face impassive, though his heart pounded. Did you betray the location of the Potters to Lord Voldemort or any of his followers? No. Never. Did you kill Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles on November 1, 1981? No. I confronted Peter about his betrayal. He shouted for the whole street to hear that I had betrayed James and Lily, then used his wand behind his back to cause an explosion. He cut off his own finger before transforming into his rat-animagus form and escaping into the sewer. The chamber erupted in shocked exclamations. Harry struck his gavel sharply. Order, he called, and the room gradually quieted. Director Bones, continue. Are you now or have you ever been a Death Eater or supporter of Lord Voldemort? No. I have fought against Voldemort and his Death Eaters my entire adult life. Have you ever cast an unforgivable curse? Sirius's brow furrowed slightly as the potion compelled complete honesty. Yes. During the war, I cast the Imperius Curse twice to prevent Death Eaters from killing civilians. I cast the Cruciatus once in battle against Bellatrix Lestrange after she tortured a Muggle child in front of me. Amelia nodded. I can confirm that such actions were authorized by the DMLE for Aurors and Order of the Phoenix members during direct combat in the war. She turned back to Sirius. What happened the night James and Lily Potter died? I had arranged to check on Peter, but he wasn't at his hiding place. There was no sign of struggle, and I became worried. I went to Godric's Hollow and found the house destroyed. I saw James's body in the hallway. Sirius's voice cracked despite the potion's influence. Lily was upstairs, in front of Harry's crib. Dead. But Harry was alive, crying, with a bleeding cut on his forehead. Tears rolled down Sirius's hollow cheeks as he continued in that same flat voice. Hagrid arrived on Dumbledore's orders to take Harry. I argued, said I was his godfather, but Hagrid insisted Dumbledore had a plan to keep him safe. I gave Hagrid my motorcycle to transport Harry, then went after Peter. I was crazed with grief. Wasn't thinking clearly. When I confronted him, he outsmarted me. The explosion, all those people, then Aurors arrived and arrested me. I was laughing, not because I was happy, but because I couldn't believe how completely Peter had betrayed us all. How I had failed James and Lily by suggesting Peter as secret keeper. The silence in the chamber was absolute. Harry could see many members of the Wizengamot looking deeply uncomfortable, some with shame evident on their faces. That concludes my questioning, Amelia said formally. The Ministry Potions Master will now administer the antidote. As the antidote took effect, Sirius's eyes cleared, and he slumped in the chair, emotionally drained. Harry cleared his throat. Having heard testimony under Veritaserum, I call for a vote on the following: the complete exoneration of Sirius Black on all charges, the issuance of a formal apology from the Ministry of Magic for his wrongful imprisonment, and compensation of 100,000 galleons for each year of his unjust incarceration. Lucius Malfoy rose smoothly to his feet. This is unprecedented, Chief Warlock. While the testimony is compelling, we must consider the proper procedures for. The proper procedures would have been a fair trial 9 years ago, Lord Malfoy, Harry cut in, his voice cold. The Wizengamot failed in its duty then. We will not fail again today. Augusta Longbottom stood next. I second the Chief Warlock's motion. Justice delayed is justice denied. We have heard the truth under Veritaserum. Let us not compound our shame with further delay. The motion has been seconded, Harry announced. All those in favor of full exoneration with apology and compensation as stated? A forest of hands rose throughout the chamber. Harry counted quickly. The motion passes with 43 votes in favor, 5 against, and 2 abstentions. Sirius Black, you are hereby declared innocent of all charges and are a free man. With a wave of his wand, Harry vanished the chains binding Sirius to the chair. This session of the Wizengamot is adjourned. As members began filing out, some looking shocked and others thoughtful, Harry descended from his seat and approached his godfather. Up close, the ravages of Azkaban were even more apparent, the hollowed cheeks, the haunted eyes, the slight tremor in Sirius's hands. Harry, Sirius whispered, his voice breaking. You look so much like James. Except the eyes. Lily's eyes. Hello, Sirius, Harry said, suddenly feeling shy despite the confidence he'd displayed during the proceedings. I'm sorry it took so long to get you out. A broken laugh escaped Sirius. You're apologizing to me? Merlin, Harry, you're 10 years old and you just saved me from a lifetime in hell. I should be the one apologizing for not being there for you. Harry smiled faintly. We have a lot to catch up on. Indeed you do, came Dumbledore's voice from behind them. The former Chief Warlock approached, his expression unreadable. A most extraordinary session, Harry. I congratulate you on righting a grave injustice. Harry turned to face Dumbledore, keeping his expression neutral. Thank you, Professor. Though I wonder why this injustice wasn't addressed years ago, when you were Chief Warlock. A fair question, Dumbledore acknowledged, surprising Harry. And one I will answer fully when we have more privacy. Suffice to say, I made assumptions I should not have made, and failed to question what seemed, at the time, to be clear evidence. Sirius's eyes narrowed. You left me to rot in Azkaban, Albus. You, who knew I would never betray James and Lily. I believed you were their secret keeper, Sirius, Dumbledore replied heavily. I had no knowledge of the switch to Peter. It is perhaps my greatest failure of judgment, and I can only offer my deepest apologies. Before Sirius could respond, Amelia approached with a healer from St. Mungo's. Lord Black needs medical attention, she said firmly. The full debriefing can wait. Harry nodded. Of course. Sirius, I've prepared rooms for you at Potter Manor. The healers can treat you there, if that's acceptable. More than acceptable, Sirius managed a weak smile. Though I may need help getting there. I'm not sure I can manage apparition in my current state. I've arranged a secure Floo connection, Harry assured him. And Madame Bones has assigned Aurors for your protection until we're certain all Death Eaters know you've been officially exonerated. Sirius looked at Harry with a mixture of pride and bewilderment. James and Lily would be amazed at the young man you're becoming. As the healer and Aurors escorted Sirius away, Dumbledore lingered. May I have a word in private, Harry? Harry hesitated, then nodded. They moved to a small antechamber off the main Wizengamot floor. I understand your anger toward me, Dumbledore began once the door closed behind them. Both for Sirius's imprisonment and for your placement with the Dursleys. Do you? Harry asked quietly. Do you understand what it was like to grow up unwanted? To sleep in a cupboard? To wear nothing but hand-me-downs and be treated like a servant in my own home? Dumbledore's eyes widened in genuine shock. A cupboard? My bedroom until my Gringotts letter arrived, Harry confirmed coldly. I suppose you never bothered to check how your grand plan was working out. The old wizard seemed to age before Harry's eyes. I knew they would not treat you as their own, he admitted. But I never imagined such neglect. I had someone watching the house, a squib neighbor, but she never reported such conditions. Mrs. Fig? Harry guessed, remembering the cat-loving old woman who sometimes watched him. She only saw me occasionally, and the Dursleys were always on their best behavior when anyone was watching. Dumbledore sank into a chair, suddenly looking every one of his years. I have failed you terribly, Harry. I placed you there to keep you safe from those who would harm you, Death Eaters seeking revenge for their master's fall. Your mother's blood protection, anchored through her sister, created powerful wards that no dark wizard could penetrate. Safe from Death Eaters, but not safe from the Dursleys themselves, Harry pointed out. And what about Sirius? He was my rightful guardian. As I said, I believed him guilty. The evidence seemed irrefutable. Dumbledore looked up, his blue eyes missing their usual twinkle. But I see now that I was too confident in my own judgment. Too certain of my own cleverness. Too willing to sacrifice your happiness for what I perceived as the greater good of keeping you alive. Harry studied the old wizard thoughtfully. There seemed to be genuine remorse in his words, but Harry had learned to be cautious about trusting too easily. I appreciate your honesty, Professor, he said finally. But trust is earned, not given. Your intentions may have been good, but your methods left much to be desired. A fair assessment, Dumbledore agreed quietly. May I ask what your plans are now? Will you remain at Potter Manor with Sirius? For the summer, yes. Then I'll attend Hogwarts as planned. Harry gave Dumbledore a measured look. Unless you have objections to having the Chief Warlock as a first-year student. A faint smile crossed Dumbledore's face. On the contrary. I think it will be most educational, for all of us. Good. Harry moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing, Professor. I expect full transparency from now on. No more secrets about my life or my family. I will do my best, Harry, Dumbledore promised. Though I must warn you that some truths are difficult and may be best revealed gradually. Harry shook his head. That's not your decision to make anymore. He reached for the door handle. Good day, Professor. As Harry left the ministry that afternoon, he felt a weight lifting from his shoulders. His godfather was free. His first major act as Chief Warlock had been a success. And he'd made his position clear to Dumbledore. It was a good day's work. Yet he knew this was just the beginning. Freeing Sirius had been relatively straightforward once he had the authority to force a trial. The next challenges, reforming werewolf legislation, investigating why Voldemort had targeted his family specifically, preparing for Hogwarts while maintaining his political duties, would be far more complex. But for now, Harry allowed himself to feel satisfied. He had a home to return to. A godfather to get to know. Friends like Neville and allies like Amelia Bones. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter wasn't alone. Again, Sirius instructed, his wand pointed lazily at the practice dummy. Harry wiped sweat from his brow and raised his wand. Expelliarmus. A jet of scarlet light shot from his wand and struck the dummy squarely in the chest, sending the practice wand flying from its wooden hand. Good. Sirius grinned, looking more like his pre-Azkaban self after 3 weeks of proper nutrition and healing. Though still thin, color had returned to his face, and his eyes held life again. That's the third successful cast in a row. I think you've got it. Harry beamed. They stood in the training room at Potter Manor, which Sirius had helped him uncover and restore. Though not officially permitted to practice magic before Hogwarts, Harry had learned that the ancient wards around Potter Manor prevented the Ministry from detecting underage magic, a fact Sirius had gleefully explained while teaching him his first spells. Is Expelliarmus always this useful? Harry asked, lowering his wand. Never underestimate disarming, Sirius replied. Most wizards rely entirely on their wands. Take it away, and they're helpless. He ruffled Harry's perpetually messy hair. But that's enough for today. You've got your meeting with the werewolf rights advocate in an hour, and you'll want to clean up. Harry nodded and slipped his wand into its holster, another gift from Sirius. Thanks for the lesson. It feels good to finally learn some actual magic. As they left the training room, Pippi appeared with a soft pop. Master Harry, Master Sirius, Professor Dumbledore is waiting in the receiving room. He says it is most urgent. Harry and Sirius exchanged a look. We weren't expecting him, Harry said with a frown. Which means he's either bringing trouble or running from it, Sirius muttered. Let's see what the old manipulator wants. They found Dumbledore pacing the receiving room, his usual serene demeanor noticeably absent. He looked up sharply as they entered. Harry, Sirius, thank you for seeing me without notice, he said, foregoing his usual pleasantries. What's happened? Harry asked directly. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Nicholas Flamel contacted me this morning. The Philosopher's Stone has been stolen. Sirius sucked in a breath. That's impossible. The stone's protections were breached by someone with intimate knowledge of them, Dumbledore finished grimly. Someone who knew exactly how to dismantle the specific enchantments Nicholas and I crafted. Why come to us? Harry asked, though a sinking feeling told him he already knew the answer. Because I believe the thief is working for, or is, Voldemort himself, Dumbledore said gravely. And if he obtains the elixir of life from the stone, he could return, Harry finished. But I thought he was dead. You told me he was destroyed the night he tried to kill me. Dumbledore hesitated, glancing at Sirius. I said his body was destroyed. I have long suspected that Voldemort took certain measures to prevent true death. Sirius's face darkened. Dark magic. The blackest kind. Indeed. Dumbledore looked troubled. I had planned to move the stone to Hogwarts this year for safekeeping. Nicholas and I believed it would be secure at his home until then, but clearly we underestimated our opponent. Harry moved to a chair and sat down, thinking rapidly. Why tell me this? I'm just a student, a first year who hasn't even started yet. Shouldn't you be informing the DMLE? Or the unspeakables? I have already alerted both, Dumbledore assured him. But you are not just a student, Harry. You are the chief warlock, a political leader of our world. And more importantly, you have a personal connection to Voldemort that cannot be ignored. Harry's hand went unconsciously to his scar. Because he tried to kill me as a baby? Dumbledore and Sirius exchanged a glance that Harry didn't miss. There's more, isn't there? Something you're not telling me. Dumbledore sighed. Yes. And I promised you transparency. He sat down opposite Harry. Shortly before you were born, a prophecy was made. A prophecy about a child who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Cold settled in Harry's stomach. Me. The prophecy could have referred to 2 children born as the 7th month died, you or Neville Longbottom. But Voldemort chose to target you, and in doing so, marked you as his equal. Dumbledore nodded toward Harry's scar. A prophecy? Harry repeated, struggling to process this revelation. My parents died because of a prophecy. Your parents died because a madman believed in a prophecy, Sirius corrected sharply, moving to Harry's side. The prophecy didn't kill them, Voldemort did. Harry took a deep breath. What exactly did this prophecy say? Dumbledore recited the words he'd heard from Sybil Trelawney years before, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Silence fell over the room as the weight of the words settled on Harry's shoulders. That's why you came to me, he said finally. Not just because I'm Chief Warlock, but because this prophecy says I'm the only one who can defeat him permanently. It is my interpretation, yes, Dumbledore admitted. Though prophecies are notoriously difficult to understand fully until after they have been fulfilled. Harry stood and paced the room, mind racing. We need to find the stone before he does. If Voldemort returns to full power. The war begins again, Sirius finished grimly. Precisely why I came to you both, Dumbledore said. As Chief Warlock, Harry, you have resources and authority I no longer command. And Sirius, as a former Auror, your skills could be invaluable in this search. Harry stopped pacing and faced Dumbledore directly. I'll help, but on my terms. Full disclosure from now on. No more hidden prophecies or secret plans. Agreed, Dumbledore said solemnly. And I want to be involved in the search, not just providing political cover. Harry, Sirius protested, you're 10 years old, prophecy or not. I'm old enough to be Chief Warlock, Harry countered. Old enough to free you from Azkaban. Old enough to learn that I'm destined to face the darkest wizard of our time. He turned back to Dumbledore. I'm not saying I'll duel Voldemort tomorrow, but I deserve to know what's happening. To be prepared. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. But you will accept certain protective measures, and you will heed warnings about dangers beyond your current capabilities. Fair enough, Harry agreed. He glanced at the clock on the mantel. I still need to meet with Remus Lupin about the werewolf legislation, but afterward, we can discuss next steps. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Remus is coming here. He's been helping me draft alternative legislation to counter Umbridge's proposal, Harry explained. His perspective as a werewolf is invaluable. Moony's coming here? Sirius asked, suddenly alert. Today. In about 45 minutes, Harry confirmed. I would have told you, but you seem to need space after learning he believed you were guilty all these years. Sirius's expression was a complex mixture of hurt, anger, and longing. He should have known better. Known me better. Perhaps, Dumbledore interjected gently, but grief and apparent evidence can cloud even the clearest judgment, as I myself have cause to know. He stood. I'll leave you to prepare for your meeting. We can reconvene tomorrow to discuss the stone situation. I'll bring what information the DMLE and Unspeakables have gathered by then. After Dumbledore departed, Sirius remained conflicted. Maybe I should make myself scarce when Remus arrives. Or maybe you should finally talk to your last surviving friend, Harry suggested. Clear the air. Move forward. Sirius ran a hand through his now clean hair. It's not that simple, Harry. Few important things are, Harry replied, echoing something Augusta had told him recently. But avoiding difficult conversations never made them easier. Sirius barked a laugh. When did you get so wise? Around the time I found out I was Lord of 15 Houses and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Harry replied with a grin. Nothing ages you quite like politics. Remus Lupin arrived precisely on time, looking shabby but dignified in carefully mended robes. Harry greeted him warmly in the study, noting the way the werewolf's eyes darted around the room as if searching for something, or someone. He's here, if that's what you're wondering, Harry said directly. And he's as nervous about seeing you as you clearly are about seeing him. Remus's weathered face showed surprise, then resignation. That obvious, am I? To be fair, I was warned you'd both be awkward about this, Harry replied with a smile. Sirius will join us after we discuss the legislation. I thought it best to keep the reunion separate from business. Relief and anxiety warred on Remus's face. Probably wise, he admitted. I'm not sure what to say to him after all this time. After believing he was. He trailed off, unwilling to complete the thought. A mass-murdering traitor? Harry supplied. I imagine "I'm sorry" would be a good start. But that's between you two. He gestured to the chairs by the fireplace. Let's focus on the werewolf rights bill first. For the next hour, they reviewed the draft legislation Harry had prepared with Percy Weasley's assistance. In place of Umbridge's punitive registration requirements and employment restrictions, Harry's bill proposed ministry-subsidized wolfsbane potion, designated secure transformation spaces for those without suitable private accommodations, and anti-discrimination protections. This is remarkable, Remus said, looking up from the parchment with wonder. I never imagined seeing something this progressive in my lifetime, let alone sponsored by the chief warlock himself. Will it actually help? Harry asked earnestly. I've never experienced life as a werewolf. If there are provisions missing or improvements needed, now's the time to tell me. Remus considered the document thoughtfully. The wolfsbane subsidy is the most critical piece. The potion is expensive, prohibitively so for most werewolves, who struggle to maintain employment. With guaranteed access to wolfsbane, the biggest safety concerns are addressed, which undermines the main argument for restrictions. That's what I thought, Harry agreed. I've already arranged with several potioneers, including Damocles Belby who invented the potion, to begin work on more efficient brewing methods. And I'm donating rare ingredients from the Potter greenhouses for research on improvements. Remus shook his head in amazement. James would be incredibly proud of you, Harry. I hope so, Harry said quietly. I never knew him, but from what Sirius has told me, I think he and my mom would have supported this. Without question, Remus confirmed. Lily was brilliant at potions, she likely would have been working on wolfsbane improvements herself if she'd lived. His voice grew softer. They accepted my condition without hesitation. Became animagi to keep me company during full moons. Harry nodded, having heard this from Sirius already. Which brings us to the other reason I wanted to meet with you, besides the legislation. Remus raised an eyebrow inquiringly. Hogwarts, Harry said simply. I start in September, and I could use someone I trust on staff. You want me to teach? Remus asked, surprised. Dumbledore has offered before, but the Board of Governors has already approved the appointment, Harry interrupted with a smile. I spoke with them last week. As both Chief Warlock and the holder of 4 Founders' seats, I have significant influence over Hogwarts governance. The defense against the dark arts position is open, and your qualifications are excellent. Remus looked stunned. You arranged this before consulting me? I arranged the possibility, Harry clarified. The choice is entirely yours. But I won't pretend I don't have selfish motives. I could use another ally at Hogwarts, someone who knew my parents, someone I can trust. What about Dumbledore? Remus asked carefully. Harry measured his words. Dumbledore and I have reached an understanding. I respect his experience and knowledge, but I no longer accept his decisions about my life without question. That's remarkably mature, Remus observed. Necessity, not maturity, Harry replied wryly. When I became Chief Warlock, I had to grow up quickly. I can't be both a political leader and a child who blindly follows authority. A knock at the door interrupted them. That would be Sirius, Harry said, rising. Shall I ask him to join us? Remus straightened his shabby robes nervously but nodded. Yes. It's time we spoke. Harry opened the door to find Sirius fidgeting in the hallway. His godfather had clearly made an effort with his appearance, wearing formal robes and tying back his still-growing hair. Mooney's ready to see you, Harry said quietly. Try not to hex each other in my study. Some of those books are irreplaceable. Sirius gave a tight smile. No promises, pup. Harry stepped aside to let Sirius enter, then slipped out, closing the door behind him. This reunion was private, between the last 2 marauders. They needed space to rebuild their broken friendship without an audience, even a well-intentioned one. As Harry walked away, he heard Sirius's voice, uncharacteristically subdued, Hello, Remus. It's been a long time. Harry smiled to himself. Another small step forward. Another piece of the life he was building, one relationship at a time. The Wizengamot chamber buzzed with tension as Harry called the session to order. Today's agenda included the final vote on the Werewolf Protection Act, as Harry's bill had been titled. After weeks of debate, amendments, and political maneuvering, the moment of truth had arrived. Honored members, Harry began formally, before us today is the final vote on the Werewolf Protection Act. The debate period has concluded, and all amendments have been considered. Madam Lumbridge has requested a final statement in opposition. Harry gestured toward the toad-like woman who rose from her seat, her pink cardigan a jarring spot of color in the sea of plum robes. Hem, she began in her girlish voice that never failed to set Harry's teeth on edge. Esteemed colleagues, I implore you to reconsider this dangerous and irresponsible legislation. Werewolves are not merely unfortunate victims of a disease, they are dangerous, bloodthirsty creatures who pose a fundamental threat to wizarding society. Harry maintained his neutral expression with effort as Umbridge continued her fear-mongering speech. He had learned that responding emotionally only gave her ammunition. The notion that providing these half-breeds with subsidized potions will protect our children is naive at best and criminally negligent at worst, she concluded. I urge you to reject this misguided bill and support my alternative proposal for stricter monitoring and containment. Thank you, Madam Umbridge, Harry said evenly. Lord Abbot has requested a final statement in support. Jacob Abbott, a mild-mannered wizard with a reputation for fairness, stood to address the chamber. My fellow members, I speak today not only as a legislator but as a father. My daughter Hannah will begin Hogwarts next year alongside many of your children and grandchildren. He paused, making eye contact around the chamber. Like all of you, her safety is my paramount concern. It is precisely because of that concern that I support this bill. The evidence is clear, werewolves who have access to wolfsbane potion pose virtually no threat during transformation. They retain their human mind and can safely isolate themselves. Abbott held up a thick sheaf of parchment. I have here the research of Damocles Belby and 3 independent potioneers confirming these findings. More importantly, I have testimonials from the families of werewolves describing how wolfsbane has transformed not only full moon nights but their entire lives by removing the constant fear of harming loved ones. He set down the papers and his voice grew firmer. This is not, as some would characterize it, a bill about being kind to dark creatures. This is practical, evidence-based legislation that will make our society safer while allowing afflicted witches and wizards to contribute productively to our world. I urge you to vote in favor. Abbott sat to scattered applause. Harry nodded his thanks before speaking again. All statements have been heard. We will now proceed to the vote. He nodded to Percy Weasley, who stood with the official voting record. When your name is called, please respond, "Aye," in favor of the Werewolf Protection Act or "Nay," in opposition, Percy announced, then began reading the roll. The vote proceeded slowly, with each member declaring their position. Harry watched the tally carefully, aware that despite weeks of negotiations and personal appeals, the outcome remained uncertain. Lucius Malfoy and his allies had fought the bill vigorously, while Harry had cultivated support among moderates by emphasizing the security aspects rather than the humanitarian ones. As the final votes were recorded, Percy tallied the results and passed the parchment to Harry. Looking down at the numbers, Harry felt a surge of satisfaction. By a vote of 37 in favor, 13 opposed, with no abstentions, the Werewolf Protection Act is passed, he announced, bringing down his gavel to make it official. The new law will take effect on the 1st of September. Umbridge's face contorted with fury while Lord Abbot and his supporters exchanged pleased looks. Harry maintained his composure, though inside he was celebrating. His first major legislative victory would change lives for the better, including Remus's. This concludes today's session, Harry announced. We will reconvene next Thursday to address the International Cauldron Thickness Standardization Treaty. As the members filed out, Harry was approached by Augusta Longbottom, who rarely offered praise. "Well done, Potter," she said briskly. You managed that vote better than many chief warlocks 3 times your age would have. Thank you, Madam Longbottom, Harry replied. Though I couldn't have done it without allies like yourself making the case to the traditionalist families. She waved away his thanks. The bill makes sense, and I said so. Simple as that. Her expression softened slightly. Neville asked me to remind you about visiting next week. Something about comparing some plant samples. Harry smiled. Yes, we're experimenting with different growing conditions for Molly. I'll be there Tuesday afternoon, if that still works. He'll be ready, she confirmed. The boy's confidence has improved remarkably since you two began corresponding. Whatever you're doing, keep at it. As Augusta departed, Harry gathered his notes, pleased by her observation about Neville. Their friendship had deepened through letters and visits over the summer, with Neville gradually emerging from his shell as Harry showed genuine interest in his botanical knowledge. A word, Chief Warlock, came a silky voice from behind him. Harry turned to find Lucius Malfoy, elegant as always in expensive robes, his silver-topped cane gleaming in the chamber's light. Lord Malfoy, Harry acknowledged neutrally. What can I do for you? I wanted to offer my congratulations on your legislative victory, Malfoy said, though his tone suggested anything but congratulations. It was quite impressive how you maneuvered the votes. One might almost think you'd been playing politics for years rather than months. I had excellent advisors, Harry replied evenly. Indeed. Malfoy studied him with calculating eyes. You know, my son Draco begins Hogwarts this year as well. Perhaps the two of you might find common ground there, despite our political differences. The future Lords Potter and Malfoy should at least be acquainted. I look forward to meeting all my classmates, Harry said diplomatically, though privately he was wary of Malfoy's sudden interest in a connection. I intend to form my own impressions of everyone. Very wise, Malfoy purred. Though I would offer one piece of advice, if I may. Hogwarts will present different challenges than the Wizengamot. Being Chief Warlock won't matter much in the dormitories and classrooms. There, you'll be judged on your own merits, not your titles. I'm counting on that, actually, Harry replied with genuine feeling. It will be refreshing to be judged for who I am rather than what I inherited. Something like surprise flickered in Malfoy's grey eyes before his mask of polite condescension returned. We shall see. Good day, Chief Warlock. As Malfoy swept away, Harry reflected on the exchange. The man was clearly probing for weaknesses or opportunities to influence him, perhaps through his son. Harry made a mental note to approach young Draco with caution but an open mind when they met at Hogwarts. That looked tense, observed Percy Weasley, approaching with a stack of parchments. Lord Malfoy didn't take his defeat gracefully, I assume. About as gracefully as a hippogriff in a china shop, Harry replied, drawing a small smile from the normally serious young man. Are those the finalized documents for the werewolf legislation? Yes, sir. Ready for your signature and the minister's. Once complete, copies will be distributed to the Department for the Regulation of Control of Magical Creatures, St. Mungo's, and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for implementation. Excellent work as always, Percy, Harry said sincerely. I don't know how I would have managed all this without your help. Percy straightened proudly. Happy to serve, Chief Warlock. Father says it's an honor for our family to assist in such historic reforms. Harry smiled, thinking of Arthur Weasley, who had been one of his more reliable supporters in the Wizengamot despite his low-ranking position in the ministry hierarchy. Your father is a good man. I look forward to meeting the rest of your family at Hogwarts. Well, Ron's in your year, Percy said with a slight grimace. He's not quite as organized as I am. And the twins, Fred and George, they're brilliant in their way, but their idea of politics involves dung bombs in opponents' desks. Harry laughed. Sounds like they'd get along with Sirius. He's been telling me about the pranks he and my father used to pull at school. Percy's expression suggested he didn't find this connection reassuring. Yes, well. I should get these to the minister's office for his signature. Will you be attending the ministry summer gala next week? Unfortunately, yes, Harry sighed. Amelia says it's politically necessary to make an appearance, though I'd rather be preparing for Hogwarts. It is an excellent networking opportunity, Percy pointed out. Though I understand the reluctance. Formal events can be rather tedious. After Percy departed, Harry gathered his remaining materials and headed for the private Floo connection reserved for Wizengamot leadership. As Chief Warlock, he had privileges few wizards his age could imagine, but they came with responsibilities that sometimes felt overwhelming. Today, however, he felt the weight was worth bearing. The Werewolf Protection Act would make a real difference in people's lives. That knowledge buoyed his spirits as he stepped into the green flames and called out, Potter Manor. King's Cross Station bustled with the usual mix of hurried commuters and confused tourists, none of whom paid any attention to the skinny boy with messy black hair pushing a trolley loaded with a trunk and owl cage. Harry moved purposefully toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Hedwig, his snowy owl and birthday gift from Hagrid, hooting softly in her cage. Ready? Sirius asked beside him, dressed in muggle clothing that he somehow made look elegant despite having little practice wearing it. As I'll ever be, Harry replied, eyeing the solid-looking barrier skeptically. Despite months in the wizarding world, some things still seemed impossible. Just walk straight at it, Sirius advised. Don't hesitate or you'll crash. That's reassuring, Harry muttered, but gripped his trolley firmly and strode toward the barrier with determined steps. Just when collision seemed inevitable, he passed through what felt like a curtain of cool mist and emerged onto platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express dominated the platform, its scarlet engine gleaming in the morning light as steam billowed along the crowded platform. Families clustered in knots, saying goodbyes amidst the chorus of hooting owls, croaking toads, and excited chatter. Sirius appeared beside him a moment later. Brings back memories, he said with a wistful smile. Good ones, mostly. Harry felt a flutter of nerves. Despite everything he'd accomplished, claiming his lordships, becoming Chief Warlock, passing significant legislation, the prospect of attending Hogwarts filled him with a combination of excitement and anxiety. Here, he wouldn't be Lord Potterblack or Chief Warlock, but just Harry, a first year like any other. What if I'm rubbish at magic? He asked suddenly, voicing the fear that had been growing as September 1st approached. Everyone expects the boy who lived to be brilliant, but I've only been practicing spells for a month. Sirius rested a hand on his shoulder. You won't be rubbish. Magic is in your blood, and you've already shown remarkable aptitude. But even if you were average, which you're not, it wouldn't matter. Your worth isn't measured by how quickly you learn Wingardium Leviosa. Harry nodded, somewhat reassured. Thanks, Sirius. Besides, his godfather added with a mischievous grin, you could fail every class and still intimidate the professors by reminding them you're technically their boss as holder of the founder's seats. Sirius. Harry protested, laughing despite himself. I'm not going to threaten my teachers. Pity. James and I would have killed for that kind of leverage over McGonagall. Sirius helped Harry maneuver his trolley through the crowd. Speaking of which, there's the Longbottom boy and his grandmother. Shall we say hello? They made their way to where Augusta stood imperiously supervising as a porter loaded Neville's trunk onto the train. Neville himself was clutching a toad with one hand and what looked like a rare Mimbulus Mimbletonia with the other, looking both nervous and excited. Madam Longbottom, Sirius greeted with a formal bow that was only slightly ironic. Neville. Ready for the grand adventure? Lord Black, Augusta acknowledged stiffly. She had never quite warmed to Sirius, finding his irreverent humor at odds with her rigid sense of propriety. We were just discussing house placements. I expect Neville to uphold the family tradition of Gryffindor, naturally. Neville looked uncomfortable. I'll probably end up in Hufflepuff, Gran. Nonsense, Augusta said sharply. Longbottoms have been Gryffindors for generations. Hufflepuff would be lucky to have you, Harry interjected, earning a grateful look from Neville. Loyalty and hard work are underrated qualities. But I think you've got plenty of courage too, Nevada. The Sorting Hat will put you where you'll thrive. Augusta sniffed but didn't argue further. I suppose what matters is that you apply yourself, regardless of house. She checked her watch. The train departs in 15 minutes. You should find a compartment. After bidding Augusta goodbye, Harry, Neville, and Sirius made their way along the platform toward the train. They had nearly reached it when a flash of red hair caught Harry's attention. A family of redheads was gathered nearby, the mother fussing over a boy about Harry's age while twin teenagers loaded trunks onto the train. The Weasleys, Sirius identified quietly. Arthur's brood. The twins are infamous pranksters already, Fred and George. The youngest boy would be Ron, in your year. And that must be little Ginny, who starts next year. Harry watched with interest. Percy had mentioned his family often, though always with a mixture of affection and exasperation. The Weasley twins were currently teasing their younger brother while their mother tried to clean a smudge off his nose, much to his evident embarrassment. Should we introduce ourselves? Harry asked. Later, perhaps, Sirius suggested. Let's get your trunk on board first. With Sirius's help, Harry and Neville soon had their trunks stored in an empty compartment. As the warning whistle blew, indicating 5 minutes until departure, Sirius pulled Harry into a quick, fierce hug. Write often, he instructed. And remember, no matter what house you're sorted into, your parents would be proud of you. I know I am. Harry hugged him back, surprised by the sudden lump in his throat. I will. Take care of yourself, and don't forget your healer appointments. Sirius rolled his eyes. Yes, Mother. Someone has to look after you, Harry retorted, smiling. As Sirius descended to the platform, Neville and Harry settled into their compartment. Through the window, Harry watched his godfather join the parents waving goodbye. It was strange to think that just a few months ago, Sirius had been in Azkaban and Harry had been living in a cupboard, neither aware the other existed in any meaningful way. Nervous? Neville asked, interrupting Harry's thoughts. A bit, Harry admitted. It's all so new. For me too, Neville said. Gran's told me about Hogwarts my whole life, but actually going there. He trailed off, looking down at his toad. I'm afraid I'll be a disappointment. You won't be, Harry said firmly. You know more about herbology already than most third years, according to Professor Sprout. Neville blushed at the praise. Plants make sense to me. People are harder. I know the feeling, Harry agreed. Especially when they have all these expectations about who you are before they've even met you. Before Neville could respond, their compartment door slid open to reveal a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth. She was already dressed in her Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Trevor is missing one, she said briskly. Neville held up his toad. This Trevor? The girl blinked. Oh. Well, that solves that problem. But a different boy is missing his toad, Seamus, I think his name was. She looked at Harry and her eyes widened. You're Harry Potter. Harry suppressed a sigh. Yes. And you are? Hermione Granger, she said, extending her hand. I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Most of which is speculation at best, Harry replied, shaking her hand. No one bothered to interview me for those books. Hermione looked shocked. But they're published books. That doesn't make them accurate, Harry pointed out. Especially since I was raised by muggles and didn't know about magic until recently. Oh. Hermione seemed momentarily thrown by this challenge to her faith in the written word. Well, that's good to know. Are you really Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot? I read about that in the Daily Prophet. Yes, Harry confirmed. Though at Hogwarts, I'm just a first year like you. Hermione's eyes lit with curiosity. How does that work? Being a student and holding such an important position? Will you attend sessions during term? Does Hogwarts have special accommodations for political duties? Harry exchanged an amused glance with Neville. It's all being worked out, he said diplomatically. Professor Dumbledore and I have arranged for me to attend emergency sessions when necessary. For regular business, I've appointed proxies. That sounds fascinating, Hermione said earnestly. I'm Muggle-born, you see, so all of this is new to me. I've tried to learn everything I can about the wizarding world. I've memorized all our course books, of course, but the political structure is still quite confusing. You've memorized all the course books? Neville asked, looking faintly alarmed. Haven't you? Hermione replied, as though this were the most natural thing in the world. I wanted to be prepared. No one in my family's magical at all, so I have a lot of catching up to do. I think you're ahead of most of us, Harry assured her. Would you like to join us? We can explain some of the wizarding political system, if you're interested. Hermione beamed and took the seat beside Neville. Yes, please. I've been trying to understand how the Ministry relates to the Wizengamot, and where the International Confederation of Wizards fits in. For the next hour, as the train pulled out of London and began its journey north, Harry and Neville took turns explaining the basics of wizarding governance to Hermione, who asked remarkably insightful questions. Harry found himself enjoying the conversation. It was refreshing to discuss politics without the usual agendas and hidden meanings that characterized his Wizengamot interactions. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of the snack trolley. Harry, remembering his first feast of wizarding sweets with Sirius, bought a selection of everything to share. Hermione initially protested, citing her dentist parents' warnings about sugar, but eventually accepted a chocolate frog. So the cards have famous witches and wizards, she asked, examining her Morgana card with interest. That's quite educational, actually. It's how most wizarding children learn history, Neville explained, opening his own chocolate frog. Gran says it's a shameful substitute for proper historical study, but everyone collects them anyway. Who did you get? Harry asked. Neville turned his card over and laughed. You, actually. What? Harry exclaimed, leaning over to see. Sure enough, there was his face on the card, looking uncomfortably formal in his chief Warlock robes. When did they make this? I never posed for this. They used your official Wizengamot portrait, Neville explained, reading the back. Listen, Harry Potter, born in 1980, known as the boy who lived for his defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named in 1981. Became the youngest chief Warlock in history in 1990 after claiming 15 lordships. Renowned for groundbreaking werewolf rights legislation and judicial reform. Harry groaned. Wonderful. As if I needed more attention. Is that why you have that lightning scar? Hermione asked, peering at his forehead. From when you know who tried to kill you? Yes, Harry confirmed, resisting the urge to flatten his hair over the mark. Though I don't remember it, obviously. I was only a year old. The compartment door slid open again, revealing a pale boy with platinum blonde hair, flanked by two larger boys who resembled bodyguards more than students. They're saying Harry Potter is in this compartment, the blonde boy announced, his gaze settling on Harry. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry replied, recognizing Draco Malfoy from his father's descriptions. And you must be Draco. Malfoy looked surprised and pleased to be recognized. You know me. Your father mentioned we'd be in the same year, Harry explained neutrally. He speaks highly of you. This was stretching the truth considerably, but Harry saw no reason to begin their acquaintance with hostility. Whatever his feelings about Lucius Malfoy's politics, Draco was just a boy who might not share his father's views. This is Crabbe and Goyle, Draco said, gesturing to his companions. His eyes traveled over Neville and Hermione with less enthusiasm. And you're keeping company with Longbottom, isn't it? My father says your family's been going downhill for generations. So much for not sharing his father's views, Harry thought with disappointment. I find Neville to be an excellent friend and a knowledgeable wizard, Harry said coolly. And this is Hermione Granger, who's already memorized all our course books and can explain the theory behind most first-year spells better than the textbooks themselves. Draco's lip curled slightly. Granger? I don't recognize the name. I'm Muggle-born, Hermione said proudly. Ah, Draco said, as though this explained everything. Well, Potter, you'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand, but Harry didn't take it. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks, he said evenly. And I judge people by their own actions, not their family name or blood status. Draco's pale cheeks flushed pink. You'd better watch yourself, Potter. Chief Warlock or not, if you keep hanging around riffraff like Longbottom and Muggleborns, it'll rub off on you. Is that a threat, Malfoy? Harry asked, still calm but with an edge to his voice. Just friendly advice, Draco replied, though his tone was anything but friendly. Come on, Crabbe, Goyle. After they left, Hermione looked troubled. What was that about? Why would he care who your friends are? Some old wizarding families think they're better than others because they don't have Muggle ancestors, Neville explained uncomfortably. The Malfoys are one of those families. That's ridiculous, Hermione said indignantly. It's like racism in the Muggle world. I thought the magical community would be more evolved. Harry sighed. Unfortunately, prejudice exists everywhere. The Malfoys and families like them have been pushing that agenda in the Wizengamot for generations. It's one of the things I'm trying to change. Their conversation shifted to lighter topics as the countryside outside grew wilder and darker. When the announcement came that they would arrive at Hogsmeade Station in 10 minutes, Harry and Neville changed into their school robes, and excitement began to build in their compartment. No matter what house we're sorted into, Harry said as the train began to slow, let's stay friends. Agreed, Neville said firmly. I'd like that, Hermione added with a shy smile. As they stepped onto the platform, hearing Hagrid's booming voice calling for first years, Harry felt a strange sense of homecoming. Despite never having set foot in Hogwarts before, something about this journey felt right, like returning to a place he belonged, rather than venturing somewhere new. The most politically powerful 10-year-old in Britain was about to become just another Hogwarts first year. And strangely enough, Harry couldn't wait. Chapter 3, The Path Forward. The Great Hall fell silent as Professor McGonagall placed the ancient sorting hat upon the three-legged stool. Harry stood among his fellow first-years, acutely aware of the hundreds of eyes stealing glances at him. Whispers followed him like persistent shadows. That's him, the boy who lived. Can you believe he's Chief Warlock? My father says he's changing everything at the Ministry. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself as Sirius had taught him. The enchanted ceiling above reflected a clear night sky, stars twinkling between floating candles that cast a warm glow over the four long house tables. At the high table, Dumbledore sat in his ornate chair, watching the proceedings with twinkling eyes that betrayed nothing of their recent confrontations. When I call your name, Professor McGonagall announced, unrolling a long parchment, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah, became the first Hufflepuff, followed by Bones, Susan. Amelia's niece, who gave Harry a small, friendly wave as she too joined Hufflepuff. The sorting proceeded with Granger, Hermione, being sent to Gryffindor after nearly a full minute beneath the hat. Neville joined her there, looking both surprised and relieved when the hat shouted, Gryffindor. He almost ran off with it still on his head before sheepishly returning it to McGonagall. Draco Malfoy's sorting took barely a second before Slytherin rang out across the hall. The pale boy strutted to his new house table with unmistakable satisfaction. Finally, after Patil and Perks, McGonagall called, Potter, Harry. The hall erupted in excited murmurs as Harry stepped forward. He caught a glimpse of Remus at the staff table, offering an encouraging nod from his place as the new defense against the dark arts professor. As the hat dropped over his eyes, Harry heard a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh yes. And a thirst to prove yourself, but where to put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking, somewhere I can belong. Somewhere I can just be Harry sometimes, not only Lord Potter or the Chief Warlock. Just be Harry, the small voice chuckled. You carry great responsibility already, and a darkness approaches that will test you as none before. You'll need friends of true heart, and the courage to stand by your convictions when all seems lost. Better be Gryffindor. The last word echoed through the hall as the Gryffindor table exploded with cheers. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." As Harry removed the hat and walked on slightly shaky legs to join Neville and Hermione. Percy Weasley leaned across the table to shake his hand formally. "Welcome to Gryffindor, Lord Potter, I mean, Harry," he corrected himself with a flush. "Thanks, Percy," Harry replied with a genuine smile. "And just, Harry, is fine here. I'm a student like everyone else." The red-headed prefect nodded. "Of course. Though if you need assistance with your other duties, I'm at your service." "Let the poor bloke breathe, Perce," one of the twins interjected. "He's not even unpacked and you're already brown-nosing." "I am not brown-nosing, Fred," Percy replied stiffly. "I'm simply offering appropriate assistance to your boss," the other twin, George, Harry presumed, finished with a mischievous grin. "Must be awkward, having an ickle first eye who could sack the headmaster." Harry laughed despite himself. "I have no intention of sacking anyone. I'm here to learn, not to throw my political weight around." "Pity," Fred sighed dramatically. "We had a list of educational reforms already. Starting with mandatory free periods and unlimited access to honeydukes. The sorting concluded with Zabini, Blaise, becoming a Slytherin." Dumbledore rose to his feet, spreading his arms wide in welcome. "Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." Food appeared on the gleaming platters before them, drawing gasps of delight from the first years. Harry filled his plate, suddenly ravenous after the long journey. Beside him, Ron Weasley, whom they'd met briefly on the train after Malfoy's departure, was already piling mashed potatoes high. "Is he always like that?" Hermione asked, nodding toward Dumbledore while delicately serving herself roast chicken. "Eccentric, you mean?" Percy replied. "Yes, but don't let that fool you. He's the most powerful wizard alive." "Debatable," Harry murmured, thinking of their recent confrontations and the complex political dance they'd been engaged in all summer. Percy shot him a curious look but was distracted by a question from another first year. Harry turned to Neville, who was examining the array of food with appreciation. "The greenhouses must be impressive here," Harry commented. "Look at the variety of fresh vegetables." Neville nodded enthusiastically. "Professor Sprout oversees 7 greenhouses. I've read they grow everything from basic cooking herbs to rare magical specimens used in advanced potions. We should explore them this weekend," Harry suggested. "If Professor Sprout allows it." "She will for you," Ron said through a mouthful of roast beef. "You're Harry Potter. And Chief Warlock. And Lord of like a dozen houses." 15, actually, corrected the sandy-haired boy across from them, Dean Thomas, if Harry remembered correctly. "My mum gets the Daily Prophet now that I'm coming to Hogwarts. They did a whole special edition about you." Harry winced. "Fantastic. Is it true you kicked Fudge out of your manor when he tried to block your werewolf legislation?" Seamus Finnegan asked eagerly. "Not exactly," Harry said, uncomfortably aware of the attention their conversation was attracting. I simply reminded him that the Wizengamot makes laws, not the minister. And is it true you live with Sirius Black now? Asked a pretty second-year girl further down the table. The one who was wrongfully imprisoned. Yes, Harry replied shortly, hoping to discourage further personal questions. To his relief, Sir Nicholas, Gryffindor's resident ghost, chose that moment to emerge through the table, providing a welcome distraction as he described his botched beheading to revolted but fascinated first-years. When dessert finally appeared, Harry found himself quietly observing the high table. Remus was engaged in conversation with tiny Professor Flitwick. Snape, the potions master Sirius had warned him about, was glaring in Harry's direction with undisguised contempt. Dumbledore serenely ate a slice of lemon tart while occasionally scanning the hall with watchful eyes. Their gazes met briefly, and Harry felt the faintest pressure against his mind, a subtle probe he recognized from Dumbledore's previous attempts. His lordship ring heated slightly on his finger, and the pressure vanished. Dumbledore's expression remained pleasant, but Harry thought he detected a flicker of frustration beneath the surface. The feast concluded with Dumbledore's start-of-term announcements, including the ominous warning that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. "He's not serious," Hermione whispered to Percy. "Must be," Percy replied, frowning. "It's odd, though. He usually gives reasons for rules." Harry exchanged a knowing glance with Neville. The Philosopher's Stone must be hidden there. Dumbledore had mentioned moving it to Hogwarts after their meeting about its theft. It seemed like an unnecessarily dramatic way to ensure students stayed away, practically guaranteeing curious students would investigate. As they followed Percy up the marble staircase toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry found himself walking beside nearly headless Nick. "I hope you'll help bring Gryffindor the House Cup this year," the ghost said conversationally. "We've lost to Slytherin 6 years running. The Bloody Baron's becoming unbearable." "I'll do my best," Harry promised. "Though I expect I'll be called away for Wizengamot duties occasionally." "Politics and education," Sir Nicholas mused. "A challenging combination. Not unlike young Albus in his day, though he wasn't burdened with governance until well after graduation." "Dumbledore was politically active as a student?" Harry asked, curious. "Oh my, yes. Always writing articles for scholarly journals, corresponding with alchemists and magical theorists." The ghost drifted slightly closer. "Between ourselves, many of the professors expected him to become minister for magic, not a teacher. His ambitions seemed to change quite suddenly after certain personal tragedies." Before Harry could ask more, they reached the portrait of the fat lady. "Password?" she demanded. "Caput Draconis," Percy replied importantly. The portrait swung open to reveal the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, circular space filled with squashy armchairs, tables for studying, and a crackling fire. Red and gold adorned every surface, from the thick carpets to the tapestries depicting famous Gryffindors throughout history. "Boys' dormitories up the stairs to your right, girls to the left," Percy directed. "Your belongings have already been brought up." Exhausted from the day's excitement, Harry followed the other first-year boys up the spiral staircase to their dormitory. 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red, velvet curtains awaited them. His trunk sat at the foot of one, with Hedwig's cage positioned on the nightstand. "This is brilliant," Ron declared, flopping onto his bed. "Better than sharing with my brothers." "You have brothers besides the twins and Percy?" Harry asked, changing into his pajamas. 5 brothers total, Ron confirmed gloomily. "And a sister. I'm the 6th son, so everything I get is hand-me-down." He gestured to his slightly faded robes hanging on his bed-post. "Nothing special about being just another Weasley." Harry thought of his cupboard, of Dudley's oversized cast-offs. "I understand more than you might think," he said quietly. "Until a few months ago, I didn't own a single thing that wasn't my cousin's first." Ron looked skeptical. "But you're Harry Potter. You're famous. And rich, from what everyone says." I didn't know any of that growing up, Harry explained, sitting cross-legged on his bed. The muggles who raised me hated magic and everything to do with it. They never told me about my parents or Voldemort or anything. The other boys flinched at the name, but Harry continued. I slept in a cupboard under the stairs until my Gringotts letter arrived. I thought my parents died in a car crash. I had no idea I was anybody special until I found out about magic. Silence fell over the dormitory as the boys absorbed this revelation. Finally, Dean Thomas spoke up. That's messed up, mate. No wonder you took your lordships and everything as soon as you could. Harry nodded. I just wanted control over my own life. And now you're controlling all our lives, Seamus joked, breaking the tension. Don't forget us little people when you're ruling magical Britain from your throne of gold and dragon bones. Laughter rippled through the room, and the conversation turned to lighter topics, Quidditch teams, wizard chess, and speculation about their upcoming classes. As Harry pulled his curtains closed later that night, he felt a cautious optimism. For perhaps the first time in his life, he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall declared after transforming her desk into a pig and back again. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. Harry sat between Hermione and Neville, quill poised over parchment as McGonagall lectured on the fundamental principles of transformation. Her eyes occasionally flickered to him, and he sensed she was trying to reconcile the first-year student before her with the chief Warlock who had presided over the Wizengamot session she'd attended regarding Hogwarts funding last month. After taking complicated notes, they were each given a match to turn into a needle. By the end of the lesson, only Hermione had made significant progress, earning a rare smile from McGonagall when her match turned silvery and pointed. A point to Gryffindor, Miss Granger, the professor said approvingly. She paused at Harry's desk, where his match had acquired a metallic sheen but retained its wooden texture. Adequate progress, Mr. Potter. Continue practicing the visualization technique. Harry nodded, noting her deliberate use of Mr. Potter rather than Lord Potter. He appreciated the distinction. Here, he wanted to earn recognition through his own efforts, not his titles. Defense against the dark arts proved more immediately engaging, particularly with Professor Lupin at the helm. Remus had transformed the normally gloomy classroom, removing the heavy curtains to allow natural light and arranging the desks in a semicircle rather than rigid rows. Dark arts defense is not merely about counter-curses and shield charms, he explained, perched casually on the edge of his desk. It's about understanding the nature of dark magic itself, why it's seductive, how it corrupts, and most importantly, when to recognize its influence. His eyes met Harry's briefly as he continued, some of you may face dark wizards in your lifetime. Others might encounter cursed objects or creatures that mean you harm. All of you will certainly face prejudice, fear, and hatred, for these too are weapons wielded by those who embrace darkness. The class listened with rapt attention as Lupin outlined their curriculum for the year, from basic defensive spells to recognizing common dark creatures. When he demonstrated the knockback jinx, sending a practice dummy flying across the room, even Malfoy looked impressed. For homework, Remus concluded as the bell rang, read the first chapter of your textbook and write 6 inches on when defensive magic is appropriate versus excessive. And Mr. Potter, a word after class, please. As the others filed out, Harry approached Remus's desk. Professor Lupin, he said formally, aware they were still within earshot of lingering students. Once they were alone, Remus smiled warmly. How are you settling in, Harry? Well, I think. It's strange being just another student after everything this summer. A welcome strangeness, I imagine, Remus observed, shuffling papers on his desk. Sirius sent an owl this morning. He's meeting with the contractor about renovating the London house, now that the ministry has released the Black family properties back to him. That's good news, Harry said. Though I'm not sure why he wants to live at Grimmauld Place when he has other, less gloomy options. Remus looked thoughtful. I believe he wants to reclaim it from his family's dark legacy. Transform it into something positive. He lowered his voice. But that's not why I asked you to stay. Dumbledore wants to see you this evening regarding our special project. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry nodded understanding. What time? 8 o'clock. The password to his office is Acid Pops. Harry thanked him and hurried off to his next class, mind already racing with questions about the stone's security and what Dumbledore might want from him. The remainder of the day passed in a blur of new subjects and faces. Professor Flitwick, the tiny charms teacher, squeaked excitedly and toppled off his stack of books when he reached Harry's name during roll call. Professor Sprout welcomed them warmly to Greenhouse 1, beaming when Neville correctly identified a rare climbing vinewort before she'd finished describing its properties. Only potions proved truly unpleasant. Professor Snape swept into the dungeon classroom like an ill-tempered bat, his cold eyes fixing on Harry immediately. "Ah, yes," he said softly during roll call. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked at the class, his eyes as empty and cold as a winter night. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making," he began in barely more than a whisper. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses." Despite his obvious animosity, Harry found himself captivated by Snape's introduction. This was clearly a man who possessed genuine passion for his subject, however buried beneath layers of bitterness. That appreciation faded quickly when Snape suddenly barked, "Potter! What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Harry, thanks to his summer studies with Sirius, who had insisted he prepare for Snape's inevitable targeting, knew the answer. "The draught of living death, sir," he replied evenly. "A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Correct. Apparently fame isn't everything." He tried again. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Again, Hermione's hand stretched toward the dungeon ceiling. "In the stomach of a goat, sir," Harry answered. "It will save you from most poisons." Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry met the professor's gaze steadily. "They're the same plant, sir, also known as aconite. It's a key ingredient in the wolfsbane potion, which allows werewolves to maintain their human mind during transformation." He couldn't resist adding, "The Ministry now subsidizes its distribution under the Werewolf Protection Act." A muscle twitched in Snape's cheek. 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. Being Chief Warlock does not entitle you to political grandstanding in my classroom." The Slytherins laughed, while the Gryffindors muttered indignantly. Harry said nothing, refusing to give Snape the satisfaction of seeing him react. The remainder of the lesson involved brewing a simple potion to cure boils, during which Snape swept around criticizing everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to favor. "Well, that was pleasant," Ron muttered as they climbed the steps out of the dungeon afterward. "Greasy Git had it in for you from the start." "Sirius warned me," Harry replied with a shrug. "Apparently he and my father had a rivalry with Snape when they were students here. Snape's transferring that grudge to me." "That's completely unprofessional," Hermione said indignantly. "You should report him to the headmaster." Harry shook his head. "That would only make it worse. Besides, I'm not going to use my position over something so petty. Snape may not like me, but he knows his subject. I'll just have to work harder in potions." "Mental, you are," Ron declared. "If I could get Snape sacked, I'd do it in a heartbeat." "And replace him with whom?" Harry asked pragmatically. According to Percy, qualified potions masters rarely want to teach. Most make fortunes brewing specialized concoctions for private clients. Their debate continued as they headed outside for their free period before dinner. The September afternoon was pleasantly warm, and other students were scattered across the grounds enjoying the sunshine before autumn proper set in. They found a spot beneath a beech tree near the lake, where Hermione promptly pulled out her charms textbook to review. "Don't you ever stop studying?" Ron asked incredulously. "Don't you ever start?" Hermione retorted without looking up. Harry hid a smile as Ron's ears turned pink. Their bickering had become a familiar pattern over the past 3 days. He stretched out on the grass, enjoying the simple pleasure of being outdoors without chores or expectations. Above him, leaves rustled gently in the breeze, sunlight filtering through in dappled patterns. "Harry," Neville said suddenly, interrupting his peaceful moment. "Isn't that your owl?" Harry sat up to see Hedwig soaring toward them, a letter clutched in her talons. She landed gracefully beside him, extending her leg with the haughty dignity only Hedwig could manage. Harry stroked her feathers affectionately before untying the letter. "Thanks, girl. There's a piece of bacon in my bag if you want it." Hedwig hooted appreciatively and helped herself to the treat while Harry unfolded the parchment. He recognized Percy Weasley's neat handwriting immediately. "Lord Potter, urgent matter requires your attention. Wizengamot emergency session called for tomorrow regarding International Confederation of Wizards proposed sanctions on Britain following Crouch's unauthorized extradition of a Bulgarian national. Minister Fudge attempting to bypass proper channels. Your presence requested by Lords Abbot, Greengrass, and Bones, proxy for Amelia, to prevent diplomatic incident. Your academic absence has been cleared with Professor McGonagall should you choose to attend. Portkey arrangements attached on separate parchment. Respectfully, Percy Weasley acting secretary to the Chief Warlock. Harry sighed, the peaceful moment shattered. Reality always found a way to intrude. "Bad news?" Hermione asked, noticing his expression. "Emergency Wizengamot session tomorrow," Harry explained, tucking the letter away. "International relations crisis brewing." "You're leaving?" Ron looked astonished. "Just like that? Can you do that?" "Special arrangements," Harry confirmed. "McGonagall and Dumbledore agreed I could attend emergency sessions when necessary. This qualifies." "Blimey," Ron breathed. I mean, you're really doing it. Running the government while you're in school." "Not running it," Harry corrected. "Just making sure it doesn't run off the rails without me. This shouldn't take more than a day." Neville nodded understanding. Grandmother mentioned Crouch was becoming increasingly erratic. She thinks the stress of his son's Death Eater activities broke something in him. The conversation might have continued, but a drawling voice interrupted them. "Planning your next political triumph, Potter?" Draco Malfoy stood nearby with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him as usual. His pale, pointed face wore a practiced sneer that Harry suspected was modeled after his father's. "Just reading my mail, Malfoy," Harry replied neutrally. "Did you need something?" "Just wondering if the famous Harry Potter was enjoying his celebrity," Draco drawled. "Father says you've been making quite the spectacle of yourself at the ministry. The boy hero fighting for werewolf rights." He made a face of exaggerated concern. "Should we be worried about Professor Lupin eating the students during the full moon?" Ron jumped to his feet. "Shut your mouth, Malfoy." "Or what, Weasley?" Draco taunted. "Will you set your threadbare robes on me?" Harry stood slowly, placing a restraining hand on Ron's arm. "Professor Lupin takes Wolfsbane potion, Malfoy. He's no danger to anyone. But thank you for your concern about student safety. I'll be sure to mention it to the Board of Governors at our next meeting." Draco's smirk faltered. "You wouldn't dare." "I wouldn't need to if you'd think before speaking," Harry countered evenly. "Your father sits on that board. How do you think he'd feel about his son publicly undermining a staffing decision the governors unanimously approved?" Uncertainty flickered across Draco's face. Clearly, he hadn't considered that his father might have supported, or at least not opposed, Lupin's appointment. "Just watch yourself, Potter," Draco finally said, trying to salvage his dignity. Your titles won't protect you forever. With that weak parting shot, he stalked away, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. That was brilliant, Ron said admiringly once they were out of earshot. You didn't even need to hex him. Words can be more effective than spells, Harry replied, sitting back down. Besides, drawing my wand would only have validated his prejudice. He expected me to react emotionally. Hermione gave him a thoughtful look. You're good at this, aren't you? The politics, I mean. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. I've had to learn quickly. When you're facing people like Lucius Malfoy across the Wizengamot floor, you either develop political instincts or get steamrolled. Still, Neville commented, that was impressive. You made him back down without making him lose face completely. That's diplomatic. Don't sound so surprised, Harry said with a laugh. I'm not just stumbling through this Chief Warlock business, you know. But as they gathered their things to head back to the castle for dinner, Harry wondered if that was entirely true. Much of what he'd accomplished so far had been with significant help from Amelia, Augusta, Percy, and others. Tomorrow would be his first major international issue, a true test of his political acumen without his usual advisors present. Acid pops, Harry told the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to Dumbledore's office. It sprang aside, revealing a slowly ascending spiral staircase. Harry stepped onto it, allowing himself to be carried upward until he reached a gleaming oak door with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. Before he could knock, Dumbledore's voice called from within, "Enter, Harry." The headmaster's office was a large, circular room filled with curious silver instruments that emitted occasional puffs of smoke. Portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames, while a magnificent red and gold bird, Fawkes the Phoenix, Harry knew from his reading, watched him from a golden perch. "Good evening, Professor," Harry greeted, taking the offered seat across from Dumbledore's desk. "Good evening, Harry. Lemon drop?" Dumbledore indicated a small crystal bowl of yellow candies. "No, thank you," Harry declined politely. "Professor Lupin said you wanted to discuss the stone." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Straight to business, I see. Very well." He steepled his fingers. "The stone is now secured within Hogwarts, protected by a series of enchantments contributed by myself and several staff members. However, I have reason to believe our thief may attempt to infiltrate the school to retrieve it." "Why not destroy it?" Harry asked bluntly. "If it's that dangerous in the wrong hands, Nicholas and Perenelle rely on the elixir of life produced by the stone," Dumbledore explained. "While they have sufficient elixir stored to set their affairs in order, destroying the stone would eventually mean their deaths after nearly 7 centuries of life." Harry frowned. "So instead, you've brought it to a school full of children?" "I have brought it to the one place Voldemort fears to attack directly," Dumbledore corrected gently. "And I have surrounded it with protections that would challenge the most accomplished wizard." "But not necessarily stop them," Harry noted. Dumbledore inclined his head, conceding the point. "The final protection is one that I believe Voldemort cannot overcome. The stone is hidden in the Mirror of Erist, a powerful magical artifact that shows the viewer their heart's deepest desire. I have enchanted it so that only someone who wants to find the stone, but not use it, can retrieve it from the mirror." "Clever," Harry acknowledged. "But you still haven't explained why you're telling me this. Surely the fewer people who know the details, the better." "Ordinarily, yes. However, your position as Chief Warlock complicates matters." Dumbledore rose and began pacing slowly. Should Voldemort's agent be apprehended attempting to steal the stone, the legal and political implications would be considerable. The Wizengamot would inevitably become involved, and as Chief Warlock, you would preside over any proceedings. Harry considered this. "You're preparing me for that possibility." "Precisely. Additionally, given your unique connection to Voldemort and the prophecy, I believe you have a right to be informed." Dumbledore paused by Fawkes, stroking the phoenix's brilliant plumage. There is also the matter of your scheduled absence tomorrow for the emergency Wizengamot session. Harry raised an eyebrow. You know about that? As headmaster, I am informed when students require special accommodations, Dumbledore replied mildly. This will be your first major international crisis as Chief Warlock. I thought you might appreciate some context. You know what's happening with Crouch and the Bulgarian national. Dumbledore returned to his seat. Bartemius overstepped his authority rather dramatically. The wizard in question, Alexander Petrovich, was visiting Britain for a symposium on magical cooperation. Barty became convinced he was a former Death Eater operating under an alias. Without authorization from either the DMLE or the Bulgarian Magical Embassy, he ordered Petrovich's arrest and extradition to Nurmengard prison. Harry winced. That's a diplomatic nightmare. Indeed. Particularly as Mr. Petrovich is, in fact, the Bulgarian Deputy Minister for International Magical Cooperation and demonstrably was attending a conference in Sofia during the Death Eater activities Crouch accused him of. And now Bulgaria is demanding sanctions through the ICW, Harry concluded. No wonder they called an emergency session. Minister Fudge hopes to resolve the matter quietly by offering reparations directly to Bulgaria, Dumbledore explained. However, circumventing the Wizengamot in such matters violates several treaties. Hence Lords Abbot, Greengrass, and Bones calling me in, Harry nodded understanding. They want proper procedure followed. They also likely recognize that this incident offers an opportunity to address Bartemius Crouch's increasingly erratic behavior, Dumbledore added. His actions regarding Sirius were never formally censured, and some believe he requires closer oversight. Harry absorbed this information, grateful for the strategic insight. Thank you, Professor. This context will be helpful tomorrow. You are most welcome. Dumbledore studied him over his half-moon spectacles. You have adapted remarkably well to your dual roles, Harry. Professor McGonagall informs me that you are performing admirably in your classes despite your additional responsibilities. I'm trying, Harry said honestly. Though I'm still behind Hermione in most subjects. Dumbledore chuckled. Miss Granger is an exceptional student. Rather reminds me of another Muggle-born witch who once graced these halls, your mother. My mother? Harry leaned forward eagerly. Was she like Hermione? In her academic brilliance, yes. Though Lily had a gift for seeing the beauty in magic that went beyond textbook knowledge. Dumbledore's eyes grew distant with memory. She was particularly talented at charms and potions, much to Professor Slughorn's delight. He was our potions master before Professor Snape. Harry hesitated, then asked, and my father? James was naturally gifted at transfiguration. And quite the Quidditch player, a chaser for Gryffindor. But his true talent lay in his loyalty to his friends. He would have done anything for those he loved. Dumbledore's expression grew somber. As he ultimately did, for you and your mother. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the soft ticking of a spindly silver instrument on a nearby table. Sir, Harry said finally, may I ask you something personal? Dumbledore looked slightly surprised but nodded. You may ask, though I reserve the right not to answer. Nearly Headless Nick mentioned that you were once expected to go into politics rather than teaching. That something changed your mind after a personal tragedy. I wondered what happened. The twinkle vanished from Dumbledore's eyes, replaced by a sorrow so profound that Harry immediately regretted his question. I apologize, he said quickly. You don't need to, no, Dumbledore interrupted softly. It is a fair question. He sighed deeply. When I was young, Harry, not much older than you are now, I had grand ambitions. I believed those with power and intelligence should rule over those without. I befriended a brilliant young wizard who shared these views, and together we made plans to create a new world order. He paused, his ancient face lined with regret. My sister Ariana had been attacked by Muggle boys when she was 6 years old. The trauma damaged her magic, made it unstable. My mother cared for her until her death, after which the responsibility fell to me. I resented this burden, though I am ashamed to admit it now. Dumbledore's voice grew even softer. During an argument between my brother, my friend, and myself, a duel broke out. In the confusion, Ariana was killed. I never knew whose spell struck her. Harry sat in stunned silence, unsure how to respond to this unexpected confidence. My friend fled. I was left to bury my sister and face the consequences of my arrogance. Dumbledore looked directly at Harry. I learned then the terrible price of seeking power for its own sake. I chose teaching because I believed I could do more good by guiding young minds than by controlling old institutions. I'm sorry about your sister, Harry said quietly. Thank you for telling me. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Perhaps I share this now because I see in you what I might have been, had I possessed more wisdom and less ambition at your age. You have acquired extraordinary power, Harry, yet you seem to understand its purpose is to serve others, not to elevate yourself. I just want to make things better, Harry said simply. Fix what's broken. A worthy goal, Dumbledore agreed. But remember that even the most well-intentioned reforms can have unexpected consequences. Change must be measured and thoughtful to be lasting. Harry recognized the gentle caution in Dumbledore's words. You're worried I'm moving too quickly with my reforms. I admire your vision, Harry. The Werewolf Protection Act alone is a remarkable achievement that will improve countless lives. I merely suggest that lasting change often requires patience and strategic compromise. Like allowing werewolf registration to continue while making the Wolfsbane subsidy contingent on registration, Harry acknowledged. That wasn't my first choice, but it made the bill palatable to the moderates. Dumbledore smiled approvingly. Precisely. Politics is the art of the possible, not the perfect. He glanced at an ornate clock on the wall. It's nearly curfew. You should return to your dormitory to prepare for tomorrow's session. As Harry stood to leave, Dumbledore added, one last piece of advice, if I may. When addressing the ICW representatives tomorrow, remember that they respond well to acknowledgement of their expertise. A young chief warlock who shows appropriate deference to international magical traditions will find more willing allies than one who appears to challenge established diplomatic norms. I'll remember that, Harry promised. Thank you, Professor. Good luck, Harry, Dumbledore said warmly. Though I suspect you'll need very little of it. The Wizengamot chamber looked different from the visitors' gallery, Harry thought as he adjusted his formal robes. More imposing somehow, with the tiered semicircle of seats rising around the central floor where Bartemius Crouch Sr. now stood rigidly before the assembled body. Harry occupied the chief warlock's chair, trying to project confidence despite being dwarfed by the ornate seat. Beside him, Percy Weasley arranged reference materials and whispered last-minute procedural reminders. In the diplomatic box, stern-faced representatives from the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic watched the proceedings with undisguised displeasure. This extraordinary session of the Wizengamot is hereby called to order, Harry announced, striking his silver gavel. His voice, magically amplified by the chamber's enchantments, silenced the murmuring crowd. We convene today to address a matter of international magical cooperation and diplomatic protocol. Specifically, the unauthorized detention and extradition of Deputy Minister Alexander Petrovich of Bulgaria by Department of International Magical Cooperation head Bartemius Crouch Sr. Crouch stood straighter, his toothbrush mustache quivering with indignation. Chief Warlock, I acted within my authority to protect British magical security. You will be recognized when the time comes for your statement, Mr. Crouch, Harry interrupted firmly. Protocol dictates that we first hear from the aggrieved party. This assertive beginning surprised many of the members, who had perhaps expected Harry to be more deferential given his youth. Percy gave him an approving nod as Harry gestured toward the diplomatic box. The Wizengamot recognizes High Counselor Boyanov of the Bulgarian Magical Diplomatic Corps. A barrel-chested wizard with a magnificent silver beard rose and bowed slightly. Thank you, Chief Warlock Potter. His accent was thick but his English precise. The Bulgarian Ministry of Magic considers this incident a grave breach of international magical law and diplomatic immunity. Deputy Minister Petrovic was seized without evidence, without notification to his embassy, and without the courtesy of Veritaserum verification of his identity. Boyanov continued, detailing the 48 hours during which Petrovic was held in a ministry-holding cell before being transported to Nurmengard, the wizarding prison originally constructed by Grindelwald and now used to house the most dangerous international magical criminals. Only the intervention of Nurmengard's warden, who recognized Deputy Minister Petrovic from previous diplomatic functions, prevented further outrage, Boyanov concluded. We demand formal censure of Mr. Crouch, reparations for this violation of sovereignty, and assurances that such a breach will not recur. Harry thanked Boyanov and turned to Crouch. The Wizengamot now recognizes Mr. Crouch to present his defense. Crouch's explanation was as rigid as his posture. He insisted he had received credible intelligence that a Death Eater using the alias Alexander Petrovic had infiltrated the diplomatic symposium. Given the sensitive nature of the intelligence, he had acted unilaterally to secure the suspect before alerting other departments. I followed emergency protocols established during the war, Crouch declared. When magical security is at stake, swift action is imperative. These emergency protocols were rescinded in 1982, Mr. Crouch, Amelia Bones's proxy, a sharp-eyed witch named Emmeline Vance, pointed out. No department head has unilateral extradition authority without DMLE verification. Circumstances demanded discretion, Crouch insisted. Had Petrovic been the Death Eater my intelligence suggested, any delay could have resulted in his escape. And what was the source of this intelligence? Harry asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. Crouch hesitated. I am not at liberty to divulge that information. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry exchanged glances with Lords Abbot and Greengrass, who had prepared him for this probable response. Mr. Crouch, Harry said evenly, this body cannot evaluate your actions without understanding their basis. Either provide your source, submit the memory for pensive verification, or acknowledge that you acted without sufficient evidence. Backed into a corner, Crouch's composure finally cracked. I don't need to justify myself to a child playing at politics. I fought Death Eaters while you were in nappies, boy. I made difficult decisions to keep this country safe. The chamber erupted in shocked exclamations at this outburst. Harry struck his gavel sharply, calling for order. When quiet returned, he spoke with deadly calm. Mr. Crouch, you will address this body with appropriate respect or be removed. Your past service is acknowledged, but it does not place you above magical law or diplomatic protocol. He turned to Percy. Please enter into the record that Mr. Crouch refuses to disclose the intelligence source that prompted his actions. Percy did so with efficient quill strokes, while Crouch stood seething. Minister Fudge, seated in the government box, looked increasingly uncomfortable as the proceedings continued. Lord Greengrass rose to be recognized. Chief Warlock, given Mr. Crouch's refusal to provide evidence supporting his actions, I move that the Wizengamot find him in violation of the International Magical Diplomatic Immunity Accord of 1823 and the Post-War Emergency Powers Revocation Act of 1982. Seconded, Lord Abbot called immediately. The motion has been moved and seconded, Harry announced. Is there further debate before we proceed to a vote? Several members spoke, some defending Crouch's vigilance while others condemned his overreach. Throughout the debate, Harry maintained strict adherence to procedural rules, allocating speaking time fairly and preventing interruptions. His measured control of the session impressed even those members who had been skeptical of his capacity to handle such a diplomatically sensitive situation. When debate concluded, Harry called for a vote. Those in favor of finding Mr. Crouch in violation of the stated accords. A clear majority of wands illuminated with the azure light indicating approval. Those opposed? A smaller number glowed red. The motion carries, Harry declared. Bartemius Crouch Sr. is found in violation of international magical diplomatic protocols. We must now determine appropriate sanctions and reparations. Lord Abbot proposed a three-part resolution: formal censure of Crouch, removal from his position as head of international magical cooperation, and payment of 50,000 galleons in reparations to the Bulgarian ministry. After brief debate and minor amendments, the resolution passed by a comfortable margin. "Minister Fudge," Harry said, turning to the government box, "as the executive authority of magical Britain, do you accept the Wizengamot's judgment in this matter?" Fudge, clearly unhappy but recognizing the political reality, stood and nodded. "The ministry accepts the Wizengamot's decision and will implement the prescribed sanctions immediately." High Counselor Boyanov, Harry continued, addressing the Bulgarian delegation, "does the Bulgarian ministry consider this resolution satisfactory redress for the violation of diplomatic protocols?" Boyanov conferred briefly with his colleagues before responding. "The Bulgarian ministry accepts this resolution as adequate reparation, provided implementation is swift and verifiable. The Wizengamot guarantees oversight of these sanctions," Harry assured him. "A formal apology from Minister Fudge will be delivered to your ministry by day's end, and reparations transferred to your diplomatic account at Gringotts within 48 hours. With the crisis officially resolved, Harry concluded the session with a personal address to the international representatives present. The Wizengamot of Great Britain reaffirms its commitment to international magical cooperation and the rule of law. Today's proceedings demonstrate that no individual, regardless of position or past service, stands above our shared diplomatic protocols." He then added, with a respectful nod to the foreign dignitaries that Dumbledore had suggested, "We acknowledge the wisdom of our international partners in establishing these traditions of magical diplomacy, which have served our communities well for centuries." This deferential conclusion, coming after his firm handling of the session, earned approving nods from the ICW representatives. As Harry struck his gavel to officially close the session, he felt a mixture of relief and satisfaction. His first major international crisis as Chief Warlock had been navigated successfully. "Masterfully done," Percy murmured as they gathered their materials. "Father will be pleased, he's been concerned about Crouch's department overreaching for years." "I just followed procedure," Harry demurred, though privately he was rather proud of how he'd maintained control despite Crouch's outburst. As they prepared to leave, Lord Greengrass approached, his aristocratic features arranged in an expression of measured approval. "An impressive performance, Lord Potter. You balanced justice with diplomacy quite effectively." "Thank you, Lord Greengrass. Your guidance beforehand was invaluable." Greengrass nodded slightly. "My daughter Daphne begins Hogwarts next year. She has expressed interest in meeting the young man who presides over the Wizengamot." A hint of amusement touched his usually stern face. "I believe she expected someone more imposing." "I hope I won't disappoint her," Harry replied with a smile. "On the contrary," Greengrass said thoughtfully. "I suspect she will find you quite interesting. As do we all." He bowed slightly and moved away, leaving Harry to wonder about the subtle political currents beneath the seemingly casual exchange. Minister Fudge intercepted Harry before he could leave the chamber. "A word, Chief Warlock." Harry followed Fudge to a small antechamber, where the minister fidgeted with his lime-green bowler hat. "That was rather harsh treatment of poor Barty, don't you think?" Fudge began without preamble. "The man's dedicated his life to the ministry. The man imprisoned my godfather without trial and nearly caused an international incident," Harry replied evenly. "His dedication doesn't excuse either action." Fudge sighed. "Politics requires a certain flexibility, Potter. A pragmatic approach. You'll find life much easier at the ministry if you work with me rather than against me." "I'm not against you, Minister," Harry clarified. "I'm for proper procedure and justice. When those align with your goals, we'll work together splendidly. And when they don't?" Fudge challenged, a hint of steel beneath his usually blustering manner. Harry met his gaze steadily. "Then we'll have respectful disagreements, resolved through proper Wizengamot channels." He paused, then added, "I have no desire to undermine your administration, Minister. But I won't sacrifice principles for political convenience, either." Fudge studied him for a long moment. You know, Potter, sometimes I forget you're only 10 years old. Then you say something that reminds me just how young, and idealistic, you truly are. He placed his bowler hat on his head. We'll speak again when you've had more experience with the realities of governance. As Fudge departed, Harry reflected that the minister had attempted to both compliment and dismiss him in the same breath, a skilled political maneuver that might have worked on someone less accustomed to such tactics. But months of Wizengamot politics had taught Harry to recognize patronizing behavior when he encountered it. With the emergency session concluded, Harry returned to Hogwarts via the special portkey McGonagall had arranged. He arrived in the Transfiguration professor's office to find her marking essays, her quill scratching decisive comments in emerald green ink. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," she said without looking up. "I trust the Wizengamot matters were resolved satisfactorily." "Yes, Professor. Mr. Crouch has been removed from his position and diplomatic relations with Bulgaria preserved." McGonagall set down her quill and finally looked at him, her expression inscrutable. "You've missed charms and half of Transfiguration." Professor Flitwick assigned an essay on the theory behind the levitation charm, and your assignment is on my desk, transfiguring a matchstick into a sewing needle, which we began yesterday. Harry nodded, grateful for her businesslike approach. "Thank you, Professor. I'll catch up tonight." "See that you do." She returned to her marking, then added without looking up, 5 points to Gryffindor for representing Hogwarts admirably in an official capacity. Harry blinked in surprise at this unexpected acknowledgement. "Thank you, Professor. Don't let it go to your head, Potter," she said briskly. "And do change out of those formal robes before your next class. Herbology with Professor Sprout, I believe." Harry hurried back to Gryffindor Tower to change, arriving at herbology only slightly late and earning a curious look from Professor Sprout but no comment. He slipped into place beside Neville, who whispered, "How did it go?" "Crouch is out, diplomatic crisis averted," Harry murmured back. "Tell you more later." After dinner that evening, Harry recounted the Wizengamot session to his friends in a quiet corner of the Gryffindor common room. Ron listened with wide-eyed fascination, while Hermione peppered him with questions about international magical law. Neville, having grown up with politics, understood the nuances best. "Crouch's removal will shift the ministry power balance," Neville observed. "He's been a major player since before the war ended." "Who do you think will replace him?" Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. "That's Fudge's decision. He'll probably appoint someone more amenable to his leadership style." "Like Percy," Ron snorted. "He'd love that job." "Percy's actually quite capable," Harry defended his assistant. "He helped me prepare for today's session extensively." Ron looked skeptical but didn't argue further. They turned to completing the day's assignments, with Hermione helpfully explaining the charms theory Harry had missed. By the time they headed to bed, Harry had managed to transfigure his matchstick into a passable needle and drafted most of his charms essay. Later that night, lying in his four-poster bed with the curtains drawn, Harry reflected on the stark contrast between his two roles. That morning, he had presided over a body of adult witches and wizards, making decisions that affected international relations. Tonight, he was struggling with first-year Transfiguration homework like any other student. The duality was strange but not entirely unpleasant. At the Wizengamot, he was Lord Potter, Chief Warlock, bearer of weighty responsibilities. At Hogwarts, he could occasionally just be Harry, learning, making friends, experiencing the childhood that had been denied him at the Dursleys. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry wondered if perhaps this balance was exactly what he needed, not one identity or the other, but the unique perspective that came from inhabiting both worlds. "You're holding your wand too tight," Remus observed during their private defense lesson. "Relax your grip slightly. Magic flows better through a hand that isn't clenched." Harry adjusted his grip and tried again. Expelliarmus. This time, the practice dummy's wand flew across the room with considerably more force, clattering against the far wall of the empty classroom. "Much better," Remus approved. You're developing good control. Most first years can barely produce a spark with that spell. Sirius started teaching me over the summer, Harry explained, lowering his wand. Said it was the most useful spell in a duel. He's not wrong, Remus agreed, retrieving the practice wand. Though in real combat situations, most wizards shield or dodge rather than allow themselves to be disarmed. Harry nodded, recalling Sirius's similar warning. That's why he said I should practice until I can cast it faster than they can react. Sound advice. Remus placed the wand back in the dummy's wooden hand. Let's work on speed, then. Cast as quickly as you can when I give the signal. For the next half hour, they drilled disarming at increasing speeds, with Remus occasionally throwing in a shield charm to make Harry adjust his aim. These weekly sessions had begun at Sirius's insistence, with Dumbledore's somewhat reluctant approval. While first years weren't typically given extra defense training, Harry's unique circumstances had provided sufficient justification. That's enough for today, Remus finally said, noticing Harry's fatigue. You're making excellent progress. They sat on the classroom's stone steps, sharing the chocolate Remus always brought to their sessions. Outside, late October rain lashed against the windows, turning the grounds into a muddy expanse that had cancelled the day's flying lessons. Any word from Sirius? Harry asked, breaking off a piece of Honeydook's finest. He's meeting with goblins about the Black family vaults, Remus replied. Apparently your exposing the lack of trial has opened questions about whether the Ministry had legal right to freeze the family assets all these years. Harry smiled. I hope they didn't. Sirius deserves compensation for everything he lost. He cares more about what he found, Remus said quietly. You. Harry ducked his head, still uncomfortable with such direct affection despite months of Sirius's effusive godfather love. How are you handling everything? Remus asked after a moment. Between classes, Wizengamot duties, and... He lowered his voice, the stone situation. I'm managing, Harry said. The Wizengamot work is mostly correspondence now that the regular autumn session has concluded. Percy handles the routine matters and only brings me the important decisions. He hesitated. As for the stone, there's been no sign of Voldemort or his agent. Is that good or concerning? Both, I expect, Remus replied thoughtfully. The longer the stone remains secure, the better. But if Voldemort is determined to obtain it, his patience might indicate more careful planning. Harry nodded, having reached the same conclusion. Professor Dumbledore seems confident in the protections. Albus has always had faith in his own cleverness, Remus observed with a hint of something like caution in his tone. Usually justified, to be fair. But even the greatest wizards can miscalculate. You don't entirely trust his judgment, Harry noted, not as a question. Remus considered his response carefully. I respect Dumbledore immensely. He gave me opportunities no other headmaster would have, first as a student with my condition, now as a professor. But Sirius's imprisonment without trial. He shook his head. Dumbledore was chief warlock then. He could have demanded due process. He said he believed Sirius was guilty, Harry reminded him. That he didn't know about the secret keeper switch. Perhaps. But a trial would have revealed the truth through Veritaserum, regardless of his beliefs. Remus sighed. I've made my peace with Dumbledore's fallibility. He's a great wizard but not an infallible one. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, the rain providing a soothing backdrop to their thoughts. Speaking of fallibility, Harry said eventually, I've been thinking about the prophecy. Remus tensed slightly. What about it? Prophecies are notoriously cryptic, right? Open to interpretation. That's their nature, yes. So when it says, neither can live while the other survives. Harry hesitated. That doesn't necessarily mean one of us must physically kill the other, does it? Remus looked intrigued. What's your interpretation? Well, live isn't the same as simply being alive, Harry reasoned. Living implies a full life, freedom, purpose, joy. Right now, Voldemort isn't truly living. He's surviving, but in some diminished form. An interesting distinction, Remus acknowledged. And not without merit. So perhaps the prophecy means our fates are connected, but not necessarily in the simplistic one must kill the other way Dumbledore seems to believe. Harry's voice grew more animated as he developed his theory. Maybe it means I must defeat Voldemort's ideology, not just his physical form. Overcome what he represents. Remus studied him with a mixture of pride and concern. That's remarkably insightful, Harry. And perhaps closer to the truth than Albus's more literal interpretation. He paused. Have you shared this thinking with him? Not yet, Harry admitted. I wanted to refine the idea first. It's worth discussing, Remus encouraged. Prophecies fulfill themselves in unexpected ways. By considering alternative interpretations, you may identify paths forward that others have overlooked. Harry nodded, feeling both validated and thoughtful. Thanks for listening, Remus, Professor Lupin. Remus is fine when we're alone, the werewolf said with a small smile. We're family of sorts, after all. The word family warmed Harry in a way few things could. From no family to speak of at the Dursleys, he now had Sirius and Remus, not to mention friends who stood by him despite his unusual status and responsibilities. Their conversation shifted to lighter topics, Harry's progress in his classes, Neville's blossoming confidence in herbology, and Ron's ongoing chess domination in the Gryffindor common room. By the time they parted ways, the rain had eased to a gentle patter, and Harry felt more centered than he had in days. As he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry reflected on how much had changed in just a few months. From a cupboard under the stairs to Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. From an unwanted burden to a student with friends and family who cared about him. From ignorance of his heritage to embracing the responsibilities that came with it. The path forward wouldn't be easy, not with Voldemort's shadow looming, prophecies to fulfill, and a magical government to help reform. But for the first time in his life, Harry Potter didn't walk that path alone. Halloween at Hogwarts brought mixed emotions for Harry. The Great Hall had been transformed with floating jack-o'-lanterns, live bats fluttering near the enchanted ceiling, and orange streamers drifting like lazy serpents through the air. The feast promised to be spectacular, with savory aromas already wafting from the kitchens. But October 31st marked the anniversary of his parents' murders, a fact that dampened Harry's spirits despite the festive atmosphere. He'd been quieter than usual all day, lost in thoughts of what might have been. You all right, mate? Ron asked as they took their seats at the Gryffindor table. You've been off since morning. It's Halloween, Hermione answered before Harry could, her voice unusually gentle. 10 years ago today. Understanding dawned on Ron's face. Blimey, I didn't think. Sorry, Harry. It's okay, Harry assured him. I'm just remembering, I guess. Even though I don't actually remember them. We could skip the feast, Neville offered. Stay in the common room instead. Harry shook his head. No, I want to be here. Life goes on, right? That's what they would have wanted. The feast appeared on golden platters before them, roast turkey, mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce, peas, gravy, and dozens of other delicious offerings. Harry served himself a modest portion, finding his appetite diminished despite the tantalizing spread. At the high table, Dumbledore caught his eye and raised his goblet in a subtle, solemn toast that Harry understood was meant for him alone, an acknowledgement of the day's significance. Harry nodded slightly in return, appreciating the gesture. The meal was interrupted when Professor Quirrell burst through the doors, his turban askew and terror on his face. Troll! He shouted. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He then collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore set off purple firecrackers from his wand. Prefects, he rumbled, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons. Percy sprang into action, calling for first-years to stay close as he guided them toward Gryffindor Tower. Amid the confusion, Harry suddenly grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione," he said urgently. "She doesn't know." "Know what?" Ron asked, bewildered. "About the troll. She's been in the bathroom crying since charms." Harry lowered his voice. "After you said she had no friends." Ron's face flushed with shame. "I didn't mean," later, Harry cut him off. "We need to warn her." They slipped away from the Gryffindor line, with Neville reluctantly joining them after a moment's hesitation. "We should tell a prefect," he suggested nervously. "No time," Harry insisted. "The girls' bathroom is on this floor. We'll warn her and then catch up with the others." They hurried down the corridor, but as they rounded the corner, they caught sight of Professor Snape heading not toward the dungeons with the other teachers, but up the staircase to the third floor, where the stone was hidden. "What's he doing?" Ron whispered. "Why isn't he with the other teachers?" "I don't know," Harry replied, troubled by the implication. Could Snape be after the stone? Was he working for Voldemort? The possibility was disturbing, but they had no time to investigate now. A foul stench reached their nostrils, followed by heavy, dragging footsteps. The troll appeared at the end of the passage, 12 feet tall, granite-gray skin, a lumpy body like a boulder with a small, coconut-sized head perched on top. It dragged a massive wooden club along the floor, leaving gouges in the stone. Worse, it was entering the very bathroom where Hermione was. "Come on," Harry urged, drawing his wand. They ran forward, hearing a high-pitched scream from inside. The bathroom was a scene of destruction, shattered stalls, broken sinks, water spraying from ruptured pipes. Hermione was shrinking against the wall, looking as though she might faint. The troll advanced on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Distract it," Harry commanded, grabbing a tap and throwing it against the wall. The troll stopped, blinking stupidly, then turned toward the noise. "Oi, pea-brain!" Ron shouted, throwing a metal pipe at it. The troll didn't seem to notice the pipe hitting its shoulder, but Ron's shout caught its attention. Harry darted around the troll, pulling Hermione toward the door. "Run," he urged, but she couldn't move, still flat against the wall in terror. The troll was becoming angrier at the confusing stimuli, roaring and swinging its club wildly. Harry made a split-second decision, remembering his training with Sirius and Remus. He pointed his wand steadily at the troll's hand. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm wasn't designed for physical objects, but Harry put every ounce of his magical intent behind it. To everyone's surprise, the club was wrenched from the troll's grasp, flying into the air and dropping with a sickening crack onto its owner's head. The troll swayed on the spot, then toppled forward with a crash that made the entire bathroom shake. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked in a small voice. "I don't think so," Harry replied, approaching cautiously. "Just knocked out." "Bloody brilliant," Ron breathed. "Where did you learn that spell?" "That's not first-year magic." Before Harry could answer, a sudden slamming and loud footsteps announced the arrival of Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. McGonagall looked more than furious, her lips were white with anger. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded, cold fury in her voice. "You could have been killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" To everyone's surprise, Hermione spoke up. "Please, Professor, they were looking for me. Miss Granger. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own. I've read all about them, you see." Hermione hung her head. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead by now." Harry disarmed it with magic, and it knocked itself out with its own club. Harry and Ron tried to look as though this story wasn't new to them, while Neville seemed torn between honesty and loyalty. "Well, in that case." McGonagall stared at the four of them. "Miss Granger, foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head. 5 points from Gryffindor for this serious lack of judgment. As for you three. She surveyed the boys. Few first years could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points, to each of you, for sheer dumb luck. As they left the bathroom, Harry noticed Snape's robes were torn near the ankle, with what looked like a bite mark visible on his leg. The potions master quickly covered it when he saw Harry looking, his expression darkening. He tried to get past the three-headed dog, Harry whispered to the others once they were safely away. During the distraction with the troll. The what? Ron asked incredulously. I'll explain later, Harry promised. By the time they reached Gryffindor Tower, where the Halloween feast was continuing in the common room, they had agreed on two things. Hermione Granger was now officially their friend, and someone at Hogwarts was definitely trying to steal whatever the three-headed dog was guarding. What Harry didn't share with his friends was his growing suspicion that Voldemort's agent had infiltrated Hogwarts much more successfully than Dumbledore had anticipated. The question was, who? As November's chill settled over Hogwarts, Harry found himself juggling more responsibilities than ever. Classes and homework demanded increasing attention as professors prepared end-of-term assessments. Quidditch had entered the equation after his unexpected appointment as Gryffindor Seeker, following an impromptu flying demonstration when Malfoy had stolen Neville's Remembrall. And the Wizengamot's December session loomed, with several crucial votes requiring his preparation. Yet for all this activity, Harry felt more balanced than ever before. Weekly letters from Sirius provided both emotional support and practical advice. His friendship circle had expanded beyond Neville to include Ron, Hermione, and occasionally others from their year. Even Quidditch practice, though exhausting, offered a kind of freedom he'd never experienced, soaring through the air, temporarily leaving earthbound concerns behind. Checkmate, Ron declared triumphantly, his knight demolishing Harry's king. They sat in the Gryffindor common room one Saturday afternoon, a fire crackling merrily in the hearth to ward off the season's first snowfall outside. That's 3 in a row, Harry sighed, helping Ron reset the pieces. I'm starting to think you go easy on Neville. Neville's getting better, Ron defended, though his ears reddened slightly. Besides, you keep getting distracted by Hermione's muttering. Nearby, Hermione was indeed muttering to herself as she color-coded her revision schedule for the upcoming examinations, still weeks away but already consuming her attention. Speaking of distractions, Harry said quietly, I had another letter from Percy about the December session. The restriction on experimental charms legislation is coming up for renewal. Ron groaned. Please don't start talking politics. It's Saturday. This affects your father directly, Harry pointed out. The current restrictions make his work at the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office nearly impossible. If we can amend the renewal to include a research exception for ministry departments. Dad would be over the moon, Ron acknowledged. He's always complaining about not being able to properly examine the charmed objects they confiscate. Exactly. I've been working with Lord Abercrombie on an amendment, but we need more support from the traditionalist faction. Ron looked thoughtful. What about appealing to their obsession with secrecy? Tell them allowing ministry researchers to better understand misused charms helps prevent statute of secrecy breaches. Harry stared at his friend. That's actually brilliant, Ron. Don't sound so surprised, Ron grumbled, though he looked pleased. I do listen at the dinner table when Dad talks shop. Sorry, Harry said sincerely. I sometimes forget you've grown up with this stuff too, just from a different angle than Neville. Their conversation was interrupted when Fred and George Weasley appeared, identical mischievous grins on their faces. Plotting world domination, Lord Potter, one of them, Fred, Harry thought, asked. Just chess strategies, Harry replied with a smile. Your brother's demolishing me. Political genius, magical prodigy, but rubbish at chess, George observed cheerfully. Everyone has their weaknesses, I suppose. What can we do for you two? Harry asked, recognizing the twins, we want something, expressions. Well, oh mighty Chief Warlock, Fred began with exaggerated formality, we were wondering if you might consider lending your considerable influence to a matter of grave importance. Academic freedom, George continued seriously. Specifically, the draconian restrictions on access to the restricted section of the library. Harry raised an eyebrow. What are you trying to research that requires restricted books? The twins exchanged a glance. Purely theoretical charm work, Fred assured him. Nothing dangerous or illegal. Just expanding the boundaries of magical knowledge, George added. For educational purposes. Right, Harry said skeptically. And this wouldn't have anything to do with the portable swamp you were discussing in the common room last week? The twins looked both impressed and dismayed at being caught out. Eavesdropping is unbecoming of a government official, Fred admonished. You were talking at full volume 3 feet away from me, Harry pointed out. Details, George waved dismissively. So, about that permission slip. I'm not abusing my position to help you develop more elaborate pranks, Harry said firmly, though he couldn't help smiling. But if you're genuinely interested in experimental charms, I could introduce you to Lord Abercrombie when he visits Hogwarts next month for the Board of Governors meeting. He's leading the push to reform the restrictions. The twins' eyes lit up with genuine interest. The Nathaniel Abercrombie? Who developed the atmospheric charm work for the Wizarding Wireless Network? Fred asked eagerly. The very same, Harry confirmed, surprised by their knowledge. He's mentioned wanting to encourage more innovation in charm development. That would be brilliant, George said, dropping the joking manner. We've actually been working on some legitimate invention ideas, not just pranks. Though the pranks help fund the research, Fred added with a wink. Harry found himself revising his assessment of the twins. Behind their prankster personas lurked genuinely innovative minds, perhaps worthy of serious investment rather than mere indulgence. I'll arrange it, Harry promised. But in return, I want your help with something. Name it, O Exalted One, Fred said, hand over heart. The Quidditch match next weekend. Oliver's worked us to death in training, but I still feel underprepared. You two have the most game experience besides him. Any advice? The twins immediately launched into a detailed breakdown of Slytherin's likely tactics, strengths, and weaknesses. Their analysis was surprisingly sophisticated, revealing a strategic understanding that belied their carefree attitudes. And watch out for Flint, George concluded grimly. He'll try to intimidate you early, probably a bludger feint followed by physical contact during your first pursuit of the snitch. Higgs plays a conservative game, Fred added. Waits for clear opportunities rather than taking risks. If you're aggressive from the start, you'll throw him off his rhythm. Harry thanked them for the insights, feeling marginally better prepared for his first ever Quidditch match. As the twins departed to test some theories, which would likely result in explosions somewhere in the castle, Harry turned back to Ron. Your brothers are full of surprises. Ron shrugged. They play dumb, but Mum says they got better OWL scores than they let on. Just don't tell them I said anything complimentary, their heads are big enough already. Before they could resume their chess game, Neville burst into the common room, looking distressed. His robes were torn at the shoulder, and a nasty bruise was forming around his left eye. Neville! Hermione exclaimed, abandoning her color coding. What happened? Malfoy and his goons, Neville said, dropping into a chair beside them. Caught me coming back from the greenhouses. Said they wanted to practice the leglocker curse for charms. He touched his eye gingerly. This was from when I fell. Harry felt a surge of anger. Did any professor see? No. It was in that corridor by the old arithmancy classroom. Nobody uses it much. Ron scowled. That git needs to be taught a lesson. Fred and George could, no, Harry interrupted firmly. That would just escalate things. He studied Neville thoughtfully. You know, this has been going on since the beginning of term. Malfoy targets you specifically. Because I'm an easy mark, Neville said miserably. I can't even defend myself properly. That's not true, Harry countered. You stood up to them, didn't you? That's why you have the black eye, you didn't just take it. Neville looked surprised. I guess I did try to fight back. Didn't do much good, though. It did plenty, Harry insisted. It showed them you're not an easy target. But now we need to make sure they understand there are consequences. Hermione looked concerned. Harry, if you're planning revenge, not revenge, Harry clarified. Consequences. There's a difference. He turned back to Neville. First, we're reporting this to Professor McGonagall. Properly, with a formal complaint. Second, you're joining our defense practice sessions with Professor Lupin. What? But those are your private lessons, Neville protested. And now they'll include you, Harry said decisively. Remus won't mind, he likes you. And frankly, with everything that's happening with the stone and Voldemort possibly returning, we could all use more defense training. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Harry had shared his suspicions about the stone with them after the troll incident, though he'd kept the prophecy to himself for now. Actually, Hermione said slowly, would you consider including Ron and me as well? If there really is danger in the castle. Harry considered this. His initial defense lessons had been arranged specifically because of his unique vulnerability as the boy who lived in Chief Warlock. But his friends had already faced a mountain troll to save Hermione. If Voldemort was targeting the stone, they might find themselves in danger again simply by association with him. I'll speak to Remus, he decided. But you need to understand, these aren't just extra credit sessions. We practice real defensive magic, the kind you'd use in a fight. Even better, Ron said eagerly. No offense to regular defense class, but Professor Lupin has to move at the pace of the slowest students there. Some of us could handle more advanced material. Harry nodded, though part of him worried about dragging his friends into dangers that rightfully belonged to him alone. But hadn't that been his mistake all along, trying to carry burdens alone when others were willing to help? Let's get you to Madame Pomfrey first, he told Neville, helping him up. Then we'll file that report with McGonagall. Document everything, that's what Amelia always says about building a case. As they headed toward the hospital wing, Harry reflected on how his different worlds continued to blend together. Political strategies applied to school bullies. Defense training expanded to include friends. The responsibilities of Chief Warlock informing his actions as a student. Perhaps this integration was healthier than trying to maintain rigid boundaries between his identities. Harry Potter, Chief Warlock, and Harry Potter, first-year Gryffindor were ultimately the same person, each role enriching the other. The day of the Quidditch match dawned clear but cold. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, picking at his breakfast despite Wood's insistence that he needed his strength. You've got to eat something, Hermione urged, pushing a plate of toast toward him. I'm not hungry, Harry replied, his stomach churning with nerves. Just a bit of toast, she insisted. You'll need your energy. Harry managed a few bites to appease her, though each felt like sawdust in his mouth. Across the great hall, he could see the Slytherin team huddled together, occasionally glancing his way with predatory smiles. Don't worry about them, Ron said, following his gaze. Fred says their new brooms won't help if they can't fly properly. Harry nodded distractedly. The Slytherin team had indeed received new Nimbus 2000s, identical to Harry's own, courtesy of Lucius Malfoy's generous donation to support athletic excellence. The timing, just before the Gryffindor-Slytherin match, had not been subtle. Time to go, Wood announced, appearing behind Harry. Team meeting in the locker room. Harry rose, feeling as though he were walking to his execution rather than his first Quidditch match. As he passed the staff table, Remus gave him an encouraging nod, while McGonagall, normally so reserved, actually smiled and whispered, "Good luck, Potter." In the locker room, Wood gave his pre-game speech, which seemed to consist primarily of, "Play well or die trying." The Weasley twins provided running commentary on Wood's intensity, which helped lighten the mood somewhat. He's been like this since his first year, Fred explained. Convinced each match is a matter of life and death. Quidditch isn't just a game, Wood insisted passionately. It's a noble tradition dating back centuries. The pursuit of aerial excellence. The reason he hasn't had a proper girlfriend in 3 years, George finished with a wink at Harry. Soon enough, they were marching onto the pitch to thunderous applause from the stands. 3/4 of the school seemed to be supporting Gryffindor, with only the Slytherins backing their own house. Harry spotted a large banner reading, "Potter for President," fluttering above the Gryffindor section, enchanted by Hermione to flash different colors. "Captains, shake hands," Madame Hooch instructed. Wood and Flint gripped each other's hands so tightly their knuckles turned white, each trying to crush the other's fingers. "Mount your brooms," Hooch continued. "On my whistle. 3, 2, 1. The shrill blast of her whistle was lost in the roar of the crowd as 14 players kicked off from the frozen ground. Harry soared higher than the rest, scanning for the golden snitch as Wood had instructed. "And they're off," came Lee Jordan's voice, magically amplified across the stadium. "The quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive too, Jordan." Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted. "Sorry, Professor. Just adding color commentary. And she's really belting along up there." A neat pass to Alicia Spin-Net, back to Johnson. "No, the Slytherins have taken the quaffle." Captain Marcus Flint gains the quaffle and off he goes. Harry tuned out the commentary, focusing instead on his search pattern while keeping one eye on the Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs. Just as Fred had predicted, Higgs was playing conservatively, hovering above the main action and methodically scanning the pitch. Taking the twins' advice to heart, Harry began a series of aggressive feints and dives, not actually chasing the snitch but making it appear that he might have spotted it. Each time, Higgs would hesitate before following, growing increasingly uncertain about whether to trust his own search or react to Harry's movements. 15 minutes into the game, with Gryffindor leading 30-20, Harry spotted a genuine glint of gold near the Slytherin goal posts. He immediately went into a steep dive, accelerating toward it with every ounce of speed his nimbus could muster. "Potter's seen the snitch!" Jordan shouted. "Look at that dive!" Higgs finally committed, racing to intercept, but he'd started too far away. Just as Harry was about to close his fingers around the tiny golden ball, something slammed into him from the side. Marcus Flint had deliberately blocked him, sending Harry spinning off course. "Foul!" screamed the Gryffindor supporters as Madame Hooch awarded a penalty to Gryffindor. "Send him off, ref!" Dean Thomas yelled from the stands. "Red card." "This isn't football, Dean," Ron could be heard explaining. "Players don't get sent off in Quidditch." The snitch had vanished during the confusion. Harry regained control of his broom and resumed his search pattern, though now with a painful shoulder where Flint had collided with him. The game grew dirtier as Slytherin became increasingly desperate to overcome Gryffindor's growing lead, now 60-20 after Alicia scored the penalty. That's when it happened. Harry's broom gave a sudden, frightening lurch. For a split second, he thought he was going to fall. He gripped the handle tightly with both hands, but the broom lurched again, as though trying to buck him off. Harry tried to turn back toward the Gryffindor goal posts, intending to signal Wood for a timeout, but the broom seemed to have a mind of its own. It zigzagged through the air, making violent swishing movements that nearly unseated him. "Something's wrong with Potter's broom," Jordan announced, as the crowd began to notice Harry's predicament. "It looks like he's lost control." The broom was now rolling over and over, with Harry barely managing to hold on. Then the whole crowd gasped as it gave a wild jerk and Harry swung off it, now dangling from the handle with just one hand. In the stands, Hermione seized Ron's binoculars and frantically scanned the teachers' section. "I knew it," she gasped. "Look! Snape's jinxing the broom." Ron grabbed the binoculars to look. Sure enough, Snape sat in the middle of the stands opposite them, eyes fixed on Harry, muttering non-stop under his breath. "What do we do?" Ron asked desperately. "Leave it to me," Hermione said, already pushing her way through the crowd. Meanwhile, Harry was struggling to maintain his grip as the broom continued to vibrate violently. The Weasley twins dropped everything to fly circles beneath him, hoping to catch him if he fell, while Wood shouted for a timeout that Hooch couldn't grant without risking Harry's safety by distracting the apparent curse caster. Harry's mind raced despite his precarious position. Someone was jinxing his broom, someone skilled enough to affect a Nimbus 2000, which was supposed to be nearly impervious to tampering. This wasn't Malfoy or a student prank. This was attempted murder. Suddenly, his broom stopped trying to throw him off. Harry managed to swing himself back on, panting with the effort and the rush of fear-induced adrenaline. "Are you all right?" Fred called, flying alongside him. "Fine," Harry gasped. "Keep playing." As the twins reluctantly returned to their beater positions, Harry spotted a flash of gold hovering just above the grass. Without hesitation, he went into a steep dive, pushing his broom to its limit. Higgs, seeing the genuine intent in Harry's movements this time, followed immediately. They hurtled neck and neck toward the ground, both reaching for the snitch. At the last possible second, Harry pulled ahead by flattening himself along his broomstick, stretching his arm to its limit. His fingers closed around the cold metal just as his feet skimmed the grass. He pulled out of the dive barely in time, holding the snitch triumphantly aloft. "Potter has the snitch. Gryffindor wins." Jordan bellowed over the thunderous cheers from the red and gold sections. As the team descended upon him in a jubilant mass of hugs and backslaps, Harry looked toward the teacher's stands. Snape was no longer there, but Quirrell sat looking oddly disappointed despite the forced smile he wore. Later, in Hagrid's hut, Harry recounted the broom incident to his friends while the gamekeeper prepared tea. "It was Snape," Ron insisted. "Hermione and I saw him. He was cursing your broom, muttering and keeping eye contact. But when I set fire to his robes to break his concentration," Hermione added, "I accidentally knocked over Professor Quirrell too. That's when your broom stopped acting up." "Rubbish," Hagrid interrupted, setting down a plate of rock cakes that everyone politely avoided. "Why would Snape do something like that?" Harry exchanged glances with his friends. "We found out he tried to get past that three-headed dog on Halloween," he said. "It bit him. We think he's trying to steal whatever it's guarding." Hagrid dropped his teapot. "How do you know about Fluffy?" "Fluffy?" Ron repeated incredulously. "Yeah, he's mine. Bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year. Lent him to Dumbledore to guard he caught himself. Now, don't ask me any more. That's top secret, that is." "But Snape's trying to steal it," Harry pressed. "Codswallop," Hagrid insisted. "Professor Snape is a Hogwarts teacher." "Then why did he just try to kill Harry?" Hermione demanded. "I know a jinx when I see one. You've got to maintain eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking." "I'm tellin', yeah, you're wrong," Hagrid said hotly. "I don't know why Harry's broom acted like that, but Snape wouldn't try and kill a student. Now, listen to me, all of ya, you're meddlin' in things that don't concern ya. Forget that dog and forget what it's guardin'. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, aha." Harry said triumphantly. "So there's someone called Nicholas Flamel involved, is there?" Hagrid looked furious with himself. But Harry knew perfectly well who Nicholas Flamel was. Dumbledore had already told him about the Philosopher's Stone. The real question was, if Snape was after the stone, was he working for Voldemort? Or did he have his own agenda? And if it wasn't Snape, if Hermione had accidentally broken someone else's concentration when she knocked over Quirrell, then who else might be the traitor in their midst? As December arrived, bringing with it a thick blanket of snow and the promise of holidays, Harry found himself once again preparing for a Wizengamot session. This time, however, he wasn't leaving Hogwarts. The final session of the year would be conducted via an experimental magical communication system developed by the Department of Mysteries. It's essentially a more sophisticated version of the Floo network, Percy explained as they set up in an unused classroom McGonagall had provided. Instead of physically traveling through the flames, your image and voice are projected to the Wizengamot chamber, while their collective image appears here. Harry watched as Percy arranged a circle of rune-inscribed stones around a central pedestal. Has this been tested? Extensively, Percy assured him. Though never for a full Wizengamot session. Typically, it's used for secure communications between department heads during emergencies. And I'm the guinea pig, Harry observed dryly. Percy looked scandalized. Certainly not, Lord Potter. The Unspeakables have personally guaranteed the system's integrity and security. Besides, it's this or missing 3 days of classes for travel and proceedings. Harry nodded, conceding the point. The timing of the December session, just before end-of-term examinations, had created a genuine conflict between his educational and political responsibilities. This remote attendance solution had been Dumbledore's suggestion, surprisingly enough. At precisely 9 o'clock, Percy activated the runic circle with a series of precise wand movements. The stones glowed blue, then projected a three-dimensional image of the Wizengamot chamber in the center of their arrangement. Simultaneously, Harry knew, his image was appearing on the Chief Warlock's podium in the Ministry. The 437th Wizengamot, Winter Session, is hereby called to order, Harry announced formally, his voice carrying across the magical connection. Before we proceed to the matters on today's agenda, are there any urgent declarations or emergency motions? For the next 4 hours, Harry presided over the session from Hogwarts, addressing legislative matters ranging from international trade regulations to domestic magical creature policies. The experimental system worked flawlessly, allowing him to recognize speakers, call votes, and even examine documents transmitted through the connection. The most contentious item proved to be the very legislation Harry had discussed with Ron, the experimental charms restriction renewal. As planned, Lord Abercrombie proposed an amendment creating research exemptions for ministry departments, while Harry framed the measure as a security enhancement rather than a regulatory relaxation. By allowing the misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office to properly examine and document confiscated objects, Harry argued, we strengthen our ability to prevent future statute violations. Currently, these items must be destroyed without adequate study, leaving us vulnerable to repeat occurrences of the same charm misapplications. The security-focused framing worked precisely as Ron had suggested, swaying several traditionalist members who would have otherwise opposed any loosening of restrictions. When the final vote was tallied, the amended renewal passed by a comfortable margin. Well done, Percy whispered as the session continued to its next agenda item. Father will be thrilled. The session concluded just before lunch, with Harry feeling mentally drained but satisfied with the outcomes. As Percy deactivated the runic circle, Dumbledore entered the classroom, his timing suspiciously perfect. A successful experiment, I take it? The headmaster inquired, eyes twinkling. Very, Harry confirmed, stretching to relieve the stiffness from standing in one position for so long. Thank you for suggesting it, Professor. It saved me from having to choose between my responsibilities. Integration rather than conflict, always the preferable approach when possible, Dumbledore observed. The Department of Mysteries has been developing this system for years. I merely suggested they might have found their ideal test case in your unique situation. Percy excused himself to return the equipment to the Unspeakable waiting in Dumbledore's office, leaving Harry alone with the headmaster. I understand you've expanded your defense lessons with Professor Lupin, Dumbledore commented casually. To include young Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger. Harry nodded. After what happened with the troll, and then my broom during the Quidditch match, it seemed prudent for my friends to have additional training. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. And have you formed any conclusions about those incidents? Someone in the castle wants me dead, Harry stated bluntly. Or at least seriously injured. The same someone who's likely after the stone. A troubling but accurate assessment, Dumbledore agreed. Have you identified a suspect? Harry hesitated, weighing his suspicions. Initially, we thought it was Professor Snape. He was maintaining eye contact and muttering what looked like a jinx during the broom incident. But, Dumbledore prompted when Harry trailed off. It could have been a counter-jinx, Harry acknowledged reluctantly. And when Hermione created a distraction, she also knocked over Professor Quirrell. The timing of my broom stabilizing could align with either of them breaking concentration. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with something like approval. An excellent observation, Harry. It demonstrates a willingness to question initial assumptions, a valuable trait in both politics and personal safety. So which is it? Harry asked directly. Snape or Quirrell? That, Dumbledore replied, is something I am still investigating. But I advise caution around both, for different reasons. Harry found this non-answer frustrating but unsurprising. Dumbledore rarely provided direct answers to important questions, preferring to guide others toward their own conclusions. It was a teaching strategy Harry had come to recognize, if not always appreciate. Will you be staying at the castle for Christmas? Dumbledore asked, changing the subject. No, sir. Sirius has finished renovating the London house. We're spending the holidays there, with Remus joining us when term ends. Ah, Grimmauld Place. A formidable dwelling with complicated history. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Sirius has mentioned his efforts to transform it from a monument to pure-blood ideology into a proper home. It's been challenging, Harry acknowledged. The house resists changes, according to Sirius. Almost like it has its own malevolent personality. Old magical dwellings often develop a form of sentience over generations, Dumbledore explained. Particularly when imbued with consistent magical intent by their inhabitants. The Black family home absorbed centuries of their particular perspectives. You mean their bigotry, Harry translated. Dumbledore's lips twitched. Quite. But a house, like a person, can be reformed with sufficient care and positive influence. I have no doubt that between Sirius's determination and your fresh perspective, Grimmauld Place will eventually reflect its new masters rather than its old ones. The parallel to Harry's own efforts to reform wizarding institutions wasn't lost on him. Just as Sirius was reclaiming his family home from dark influences, Harry was working to reshape magical governance away from outdated prejudices. Before you depart for the holidays, Dumbledore continued, I wanted to give you something. He reached into his robes and withdrew a carefully wrapped package. This belonged to your father. He left it in my possession shortly before his death. I believe it's time it was returned to you. Harry accepted the soft, lightweight package with surprise. What is it? A tool James found invaluable during his time at Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied cryptically. I suggest opening it in private. Some gifts attract unwanted attention. Intrigued, Harry thanked him, tucking the package into his robes. Whatever it contained, it was one more connection to the father he'd never known, a tangible link to his heritage beyond political titles and bank vaults. As Dumbledore departed, Harry reflected on the headmaster's evolving relationship with him. Their interactions had shifted from the initial tension following Harry's claiming of his lordships to something approaching mutual respect. Dumbledore still kept secrets, still manipulated circumstances to achieve his goals, but he seemed to have accepted that Harry was neither a pawn to be moved nor a child to be sheltered. Perhaps this was the greatest change of all, Harry was no longer simply the boy who lived or the orphan who needed protection. He had become a political leader, a student, a friend, and soon, a godson with a real home for the holidays. The path forward was taking shape with each role he embraced, each relationship he built, each reform he enacted. And for the boy who had once lived in a cupboard under the stairs, that path led not just away from his painful past, but toward a future of his own making. Grimmauld Place had transformed since Harry's first visit over the summer. Then, it had been a gloomy monument to pure-blood fanaticism, filled with dark artifacts and the lingering miasma of neglect. Now, with Sirius's renovations complete, winter sunlight streamed through enlarged windows, illuminating freshly painted walls and refurbished furnishings. What do you think? Sirius asked eagerly as he led Harry through the entrance hall, where the previously screaming portrait of Walburga Black had been permanently removed along with a section of wall. Bit of an improvement, eh? It's amazing, Harry said honestly, taking in the dramatic changes. It actually feels like a home now. Sirius beamed with pride. Wait until you see your room. Designed it myself, with some help from Moony. Harry's bedroom, it turned out, occupied the entire top floor, a spacious suite with a study area, comfortable seating, and a massive four-poster bed. Quidditch posters shared wall space with framed photographs of his parents and their friends. A handsome desk stood beneath one window, already equipped with writing materials and a small bookshelf filled with both magical and muggle titles. This is, for me? Harry asked, stunned by the thoughtfulness evident in every detail. Unless you'd prefer the cupboard under the stairs, Sirius teased, then immediately looked horrified at his own joke. Sorry, that was awful. Merlin, I'm still rubbish at this Godfather thing. Harry laughed, breaking the tension. It's perfect, Sirius. Really? He ran his hand along the polished wooden desk. No one's ever given me a space of my own before. Not like this. Sirius's expression softened. Well, get used to it, pup. This is your home for as long as you want it. Even after you come of age and decide to live in one of your many lordly manors. The concept of having permanent places that were his, not just borrowed or shared, still felt novel to Harry. Between his lordships, he technically owned several properties, but none had the warmth of personal connection that Sirius was creating here. Come on, Sirius urged, creatures prepared lunch, and Remus should be arriving soon. He's bringing news about that werewolf sanctuary you've been funding. Over a delicious meal that proved the once surly house elf had indeed undergone his own transformation under better treatment, Remus updated them on the progress of the sanctuary. Located on land Harry had donated from the Potter holdings in Scotland, it provided safe transformation facilities, wolfsbane distribution, and vocational training for werewolves struggling to find employment. The first full moon with everyone on wolfsbane was last week, Remus reported. 32 werewolves, all retaining their human minds throughout transformation. No incidents, no injuries. That's brilliant. Harry exclaimed. And the job placement program? 7 placements so far, Remus said, his eyes reflecting genuine gratitude. Primarily in Muggle-adjacent businesses where monthly absences can be managed discreetly. But it's a start. He hesitated. There's talk of naming the educational center after you. Harry immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. If they want to name it after anyone, it should be you. You're the one actually running the programs. I tried telling them that, Remus said with a smile. They insist on honoring the visionary Chief Warlock who recognized their humanity when others saw only monsters. He looked slightly embarrassed. Their words, not mine. How about a compromise? Sirius suggested. The Lily Evans Potter Center for Magical Education. Your mother would have loved this project, Harry. She was always fighting for the underdog. It's how she ended up friends with a scrawny, bookish werewolf in the first place. Both Harry and Remus looked touched by the suggestion. Perfect, Harry agreed softly. After lunch, while Remus graded papers and Sirius dealt with correspondence from the Black family solicitor, Harry retreated to his new room to examine the mysterious package Dumbledore had given him. Carefully unwrapping it, he found himself holding what appeared to be a fluid, silvery gray cloth that slipped through his fingers like water. When he unfolded it fully, he realized it was a cloak, unnaturally light and somehow shifting between visibility and transparency as it moved. A small note fell from the folds. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. Curiously, Harry swung the cloak around his shoulders, and gasped. Looking down at his body, he saw nothing. He had become completely invisible. An invisibility cloak, he whispered, understanding immediately why Dumbledore had suggested opening it privately. Such items were incredibly rare and valuable. For his father to have owned one. Harry's mind raced with the implications. With this cloak, he could move through Hogwarts undetected, investigate the stone's protections, perhaps even discover who was trying to steal it. The political applications were equally significant. The ability to observe unnoticed could provide invaluable intelligence in Wizengamot machinations. Yet with these thoughts came a sobering realization: power, even in the form of invisibility, carried responsibility. His father had presumably used this cloak for schoolboy adventures, the sort of harmless mischief Sirius often reminisced about. But Harry's circumstances demanded more careful consideration. Removing the cloak, he folded it reverently and placed it in his trunk. He would discuss it with Sirius and Remus before deciding how best to use it well, as Dumbledore had suggested. After all, his approach to leadership, whether as Chief Warlock or simply as Harry, was built on seeking counsel rather than acting impulsively. Christmas morning brought another connection to his parents, this time through Sirius's gift, a photo album filled with pictures of the Marauders' Hogwarts days through his parents' wedding and Harry's early infancy. Each photograph moved with life, showing James's mischievous grin so similar to Harry's own, Lily's kind eyes and vibrant energy, Sirius and Remus in their carefree youth. Hagrid helped, Sirius explained as Harry turned the pages with wonder. Wrote to your parents' old friends, collected whatever photos people had. Some came from Hogwarts records, others from the Order of the Phoenix archives. The Order? Harry asked, looking up from a particularly heartwarming image of his father holding baby Harry on a toy broomstick while his mother laughed in the background. Sirius and Remus exchanged glances. The Order of the Phoenix was Dumbledore's secret organization during the war, Remus explained. Your parents were members. So were we. A resistance group fighting Voldemort outside Ministry channels, Sirius added. The Ministry was compromised, too many officials under Imperius or actively supporting the Death Eaters. The Order became the front line. Why haven't you mentioned this before? Harry asked, fascinated by this new piece of his parents' history. It hasn't been relevant, Remus said carefully. The Order disbanded after Voldemort's fall. But if he's trying to return now? Harry began. Then Dumbledore will likely reactivate the Order, Sirius finished. And we'll be there when he does. The conversation shifted to lighter topics as they exchanged the remainder of their gifts, practical items like books and clothing, mixed with whimsical offerings like Wizards' chess sets and Zonko's products. Creature even presented Harry with a carefully wrapped package containing silver-embroidered handkerchiefs bearing the combined Potter-Black crest, a significant gesture from the once hostile elf. That evening, as they sat before the drawing-room fire enjoying hot chocolate, Harry broached the subject that had been on his mind since discovering the stone's presence at Hogwarts. Sirius, he began, what do you know about soul magic? His godfather nearly choked on his drink. That's a dark topic for Christmas night, pup. What prompted this question? Harry explained Dumbledore's cryptic comments about Voldemort taking measures to prevent true death, and his own suspicions that these measures involved soul magic of some kind. Remus's expression grew grave. Dumbledore suggested this? Not directly, Harry admitted. But reading between the lines, it's the only explanation that makes sense. Voldemort's body was destroyed, yet something of him survived, something seeking the stone to regain physical form. Sirius set down his mug, all traces of holiday cheer vanishing from his face. There are certain branches of magic so foul, so contrary to the natural order, that most magical libraries don't even acknowledge their existence. Soul magic is among the worst. The Blacks would know, Remus observed quietly. Their library contained texts few other collections would dare house. Sirius nodded grimly. The darkest forms of soul magic involve splitting or damaging the soul to achieve various effects, primarily a twisted form of immortality. The most notorious method is creating a Horcrux, an object containing a fragment of the creator's soul, anchoring them to the mortal plane even if their body is destroyed. Harry felt cold despite the roaring fire. "That's it," he said softly. "That's what Voldemort did. That's why he didn't truly die when the killing curse rebounded." "It would fit his obsession with conquering death," Remus agreed reluctantly. "And explain how he could potentially return." "But if he created a Horcrux," Harry pressed, "how do we destroy it? How do we make sure he can't come back?" Sirius ran a hand through his hair, a habit when deeply troubled. "I don't know, Harry. The Black Library had references to Horcruxes, but even those books considered them abominations. The details of creation and destruction were deliberately obscured, too dangerous even for a family comfortable with dark magic." "Dumbledore might know more," Remus suggested. "If he suspects Horcruxes, he's likely researching countermeasures. And not sharing that information," Harry pointed out, frustration evident in his voice. "He tells me I'm destined to face Voldemort because of the prophecy, but withholds crucial details about what that actually means." "That's Dumbledore," Sirius said with a mixture of respect and irritation. "Always playing the long game, revealing only what he thinks you're ready to hear." Harry considered this, then came to a decision. "I need to confront him directly when I return to Hogwarts. No more cryptic hints or partial truths. If I'm meant to defeat Voldemort, I need to understand exactly what that entails." Both men looked troubled by this declaration, but neither disagreed. Instead, Sirius leaned forward, his expression intense. "Just promise me one thing, Harry. Don't try to face this alone. Whatever Voldemort's done, whatever defeating him requires, you have people who will stand with you. Me. Remus. Your friends. Even Dumbledore, for all his manipulative tendencies, wants to see you succeed." "I know," Harry said, touched by his godfather's fierce protectiveness. "I've learned that lesson already. Together is better than alone." The remainder of the holiday passed in a blend of quiet moments and productive planning. Harry shared Dumbledore's gift of the invisibility cloak, receiving enthusiastic reminiscences from both marauders about James's adventures with it. They advised caution in its use but acknowledged its potential value in investigating the stone situation. Harry also finalized plans for the spring Wizengamot session, reviewing legislation drafted by Percy and consulting with Sirius on political strategies. The werewolf sanctuary's success had created momentum for additional reforms, including revised regulations for other beings like house elves and goblins. As their final evening together drew to a close, Harry found himself on the rooftop terrace with Sirius, gazing at the stars visible despite London's light pollution. "I never properly thanked you," Harry said quietly. "For what?" "For everything. Giving me a home. Believing in me when I became Chief Warlock. Supporting me instead of trying to control me like Dumbledore did." Sirius looked momentarily surprised, then deeply moved. "You never need to thank me for that, Harry. Being your godfather isn't a duty, it's a privilege." He gazed up at the stars, particularly the dog star for which he was named. "When I was in Azkaban, the thought of you was one of the few things that kept me sane. Not just because you were James and Lily's son, but because you represented hope. A future beyond darkness." Harry nodded, understanding in a way he couldn't have months ago. "That's what I want to build. Not just for myself, but for everyone. A future beyond darkness." Sirius slung an arm around his shoulders. "And you're already doing it, one reform at a time. James and Lily would be so proud of the person you're becoming." As they stood together beneath the winter sky, Harry felt a profound sense of rightness. His path forward was clearer than ever, not easy, certainly not simple, but unquestionably his own. Chief Warlock, student, godson, friend, each role forming a piece of his whole self, each relationship strengthening his ability to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The boy from the cupboard had found his place in the world. And the world, for better or worse, would never be the same. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.